Okay.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott.
Episode 182. It's Hell on Earth.
With special guest Garland Nixon and an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. All right, guys. Welcome to the Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. This is the non-tribal approach to news. We're so happy to have everybody here with us today. We got a great show planned for you. We're calling it It's Hell on Earth, and it has felt like that. But for more than one reason, there's a diabolical plan happening right now. And we know Trump is just one little tiny piece of it. We got the technocrat class. We got the Zionist class, the Epstein class, the pedophile, psychopath, warmongers, imperialists. The list goes on. But these are the people controlling the world, controlling the narrative, and controlling all of our institutions. And we learn more about this as every day goes by, and we can't unsee what is behind that curtain. When we see it, it's impossible to put it back the way it was and go back the way everything was, all nice and peachy. No, we can't do that anymore. We're not able to do that. It's not even though that we don't want to. We can't if we even tried. So from this point on, we are in the business of uncovering what's been kept from us. Lying and deceiving is not just about telling us mistruths. It's about what's been concealed. Concealing truth is sometimes actually worse than lying, because when you are unable to have access to information, you cannot make a determination about what you're dealing with and how to respond to it if you don't have the information. And that's what censorship is about. This is what we deal with in this space. Censorship every day. And we talk about it. You hear it all the time. You hear people complaining about it on different levels in different ways. But ultimately, that is the form of narrative control. The most effective form of narrative control is the censorship machine, the censorship industrial complex. And the more we fight and the louder we are and the more conversations we try to have, what happens? They double down, triple down, quadruple down on us even harder. And it's not so obvious. when they do it, right? It's not the obvious. Sometimes it is, right? We get the email from Google, from YouTube. They say, your conversations are too dangerous. We've had to pull the plug on your channel. And they did that. And that's the obvious one. That's the one you go, what the F? What the F are you terminating people's channels when you're trying to have conversations? So what did we do? Well, we obviously, complained and did the whole appeals, all that stuff. At the end of the day, we knew they weren't going to give us a channel back. So what do? We started a new one. This is the channel. It seems to be working. It's insane because we're getting all sorts of like roller coaster waves of people, but you guys are finding us somehow. It's not the homeless left. The homeless left's gone on YouTube. We are not allowed to have conversations on YouTube under this, right? So when you see this banner, you go, well, we're still doing it. We're just calling it THL Presents. On Rumble, of course, the homeless left, they have not taken us down. And that's great. We give them thank you, Rumble. Thank you, Tech Bros. Thank you, Peter Thiel. Thank you, JD Vance, for not unplugging us. But this is the type of censorship we're talking about when we say shadow banning. Also, surveillance, right? Surveillance and shadow banning. So they keep you plugged in, but they keep tabs on you nonetheless, and they suppress the things you're trying to communicate, and then people don't see you. They don't see it on their feed. You don't get notifications when we go live. All those things start to happen, right? And those are the harder things to detect. So it just means that we have to do better at what we're doing and understand that what you guys are doing. And thank you for joining us today. By the way, Do Dissidents, Rumble Raid, we saw you guys right up top. We hope you stuck around because we were doing the countdown earlier. So thank you for being part of what we're doing. We love Keaton and Russ a lot. You guys are awesome. And just understand that it takes a village, right? It takes a village to do what we're doing. And so what we're doing here on the homeless left, we're part of a community. We're not part of a tribe. And I know you guys know that if you watch Do Dissidents, you watch these other shows as well. We're not part of a tribe. We don't hero worship, obviously, right? We're not in that business. We learned long ago with Bernie not to hero worship. We're seeing the Trump people falling for that in real time. It's pretty sad because they accuse the Democrats, right, of tribalism and they can do no wrong. And then here you are, not allowed to critique your hero, right? But it's more than that. It's more than not having a hero to worship. It's also understanding how we treat each other. We're allowed to ask questions. We're allowed to disagree. We're allowed to hold people accountable and challenge them without being scolded, without being told, you shut up, get in line. We have to beat the other guy. That's the other part of it. The tribe is going against another tribe. Community doesn't go against another community. And that's why we welcome everyone from other communities. We say, hey, welcome one and all. We don't have a check box for you. You have to check to get in the door. We don't kick you out if we disagree on something. And the goal is not to beat the other team. What is the goal? If it's not to win, because you don't want to lose, then what could the goal be? I don't know. I thought everything was winning and losing. That's what win, right? Donald Trump, Charlie Sheen, win, winning. No. What is the goal? What is the goal of humanity? The ability to live a decent life, the pursuit of happiness, to seek truth, to seek justice, to seek clarity, transparency, and love in life. All of that, which you can't do if you are stuck in team mindset, tribalism mindset. So we're not going to do that anymore. Election time, we got to win. No. It's time to be heard. Our voices need to be loud. You can choose to stay home and boycott elections, or you can go third party, go independent, challenge the uniparty, challenge the two-party duopoly. There's many ways to do it. We support all those ways. If you find yourself back in a red or a blue, our sympathies go out to you. Our condolences. Do what you got to do. But again, you don't have to check boxes to be here with us on the homeless left. a non-tribal approach to news, but it's also a non-tribal approach to life. Okay. With that said, I just want to make sure we're all set here. And I told you guys what we're talking about today. It's hell on earth. There's an AI problem. We're going to actually be bringing in Garland Nixon at the top of the hour. We have our co-host Jay Scott also coming in. Got a lot of stuff we're going to get in today. Technocrat takeover of AI churches. We have the U.S. Senate voting against stopping arms sales to Nazi Germany. I'm sorry, I mean Israel. I mix those two up sometimes. We also have an Israeli flag has been rebranded with a swastika. We're going to get into that one too. And some more 6G stuff. We have tax day. Tax day just happened. So Mamdani, we're going to look at that story with the taxing the rich out in New York, plus economic collapse everywhere. And we're going to look at where we're at as Americans and just people of the world, how we are going to be able to function. We're going to get into that with Jay later. And we have a loudest voice of the week for you as well. We're going to follow up on the Trump taking on the Candace and Tucker and Alex Jones. So we're going to get into that later in the show as well. Okay. And of course, the Iran war. There's always updates. We're looking for breaking news as we go through the show, so you guys can know that we're up to date as best we can as we go through the afternoon with you. Okay, I think that about covers it. I'm just making sure all of our stuff is ready and going. Yes, indeed. Okay, so YouTube's looking, guys. If you found us on YouTube, just know that they are screwing with us. They're screwing with us again. We see it. We see it happening. We had 118,000 people watching 2 weeks ago, went down to 6,000, went back up to 45,000, down to 1,000. We don't know what the hell's going on, but if you're on there, please don't just like and subscribe is awesome. If you guys can subscribe and Rumble as well, please hit the subscribe button. It's more important than the like. Also, if you throw a comment in, that's also very cool because that also helps fight the algorithm and it makes it more likely for others to see us on their feed, and they're expecting to see us on their feed, especially our subscribers. And you guys know that, like, you want to see the channels you subscribe to show up on your feed when they're live. So that helps when you guys throw comments in, and we're going to be responding to your comments later in the show. Talking back, we're going to be including you in the conversation because that's the last thing I want to mention before we start the show here officially. I want to say this: what we're attempting to do here is merge the two things that are important to us, which are what? Challenging the oligarchy as we challenge, we're basically an anti-establishment network. So we challenge the state narratives and the establishment narratives, and we seek to uncover what's really happening. It doesn't stop there. It's not just about calling out the problem. The other part of that is the action. The activity that happens after calling out the action or during the attempt to call out the problem, right? So you call out the problem. What's the solution? We look for solutions, and we want you to feel part of those solutions and that you can also be effective in your engagement, your conversations with people. So we give you guys those tools along the way so we can all be proactive and incorporate activism into the fight against the psychopath, pedo class, warmongering nut jobs that want to control all of us. But we're ready to fight. Let's get fighting. It's time for the way we like to start off Thursday's show. And we're here Tuesdays and Thursdays, so you guys know, Tuesdays and Thursdays every week, all afternoon. What we like to start off Thursday's show with generally, well, yeah, we're going to give you guys some top censored news of the week. Let me make sure we're set up, and we'll get right to that. Here we go. Almost got it. Okay. Here we go. Top censored news of the week. Got a little intro for you guys, and let's do it. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's top censored news of the week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And it's always on purpose. We'll get to the three top stories this week that were dishonestly given to you, or you might not even have heard it, that it even happened, but that was by design. Okay, top 3 stories. Here we go. Coming in at number 3, Trump's order to accelerate 6G deployment is moving forward as campaign to halt 5G tech due to health impacts intensify. Let's look at Trump's recent rambling about 6G, because it's kind of reminding us a little bit of the Operation Warp Speed stuff, right? Let's hear him, because he loves to take credit for stuff that he was supposed to be fighting against. Here it is.
So we're into 6G now. I just 5G. I was a leader on 5G, getting that done, and now they're up to 6.
Let's do it again.
What does that do? Give you a little bit deeper view into somebody's skin? See how perfect it is? I like the cameras the old days. So they just had a nice feature. Now they cover every little. Let's see, Michael, you're in good shape. You're not gonna. But I tell you, it's the 6 is coming, huh?
6 is coming. Operation Warp Speed 2. Got to get the 6G, and the quicker you can get the 6G. What does that mean? That means we can get the 7G going. What? There's 7G. Yeah, we'll get to that part. But let's see what's happening here, because there was absolutely health concerns about 5G, and he did run on this a little bit. It wasn't at the top of the list, but again, this is him saying, I was the greatest. I was the greatest. I got that shit out so fast, you guys wouldn't believe it. Just like Operation Warp Speed with the jibbity jab. Okay, so this is what's happening from Nicholas Usher. He does some great work in the medical freedom community and in this area, because it's kind of connected. So Trump recently signed an order to accelerate 6G deployment despite hundreds of studies linking 5G to DNA damage, oxidative stress, neurological injury, and cancer. The multi-trillion-dollar cellular industry does not care about your health. What? They don't? Huh? I thought they cared about us. That's quite a statement. Why would they not care about us? Well, let's look at all the problems. And he lists them right here. I mean, this is incredible. I'm not going to read them all here, but my God, these are all documented adverse biological effects of 5G span. The entire catalog. It's not quite as long as the Pfizer side effects. Those are massively amount. I think it was like 70 pages worth, the vaccine injury stuff. But this is enough to say, what the hell are we doing with 6G when we're having a problem with this? Well, once you understand that it's not about our safety and it's more about our control, then they actually are right on point. Let's hear him break it down for you guys about some of these ailments.
Remember, they're rolling out 6G now. Trump just signed an order to accelerate the deployment of 6G. This is going to interface with biological implants, it says in the order. So these are brain chips that will interact with 6G and artificial intelligence. There was a recent systematic review paper that came out looking at the biological effects of 5G wavelengths, 5G frequencies. It changes the function of the cell. It changes the gene expression of the cell, so the cells start to act differently. It can cause DNA damage in these animals. It can cause tumor growth in these experiments. It causes neurological changes, biochemical changes. So the proteins being produced in these animals are changing when they're exposed to this. And, again, we can just keep going down the list.
So, again, if you're in the mindset that they're looking out for our safety, you're probably very confused or you're probably not believing any of this. It is very similar to the vax stuff, right? If you're all in on it and you got a bunch of them, you don't actually want to look at this stuff. But if you do believe this is true, which it's all documented, then you probably are wondering, well, why wouldn't Trump just halt this, right? Why wouldn't he why is he doing yet another Operation Warp Speed? What is going on here? Here's a Nokia, right? One of the companies that cares about our health. Well, they're going to tell us, the CEO is going to tell us what to expect next, because it doesn't stop at 6G, guys.
We're into 6G now. I just finished 5G. I was a leader on 5G, getting that done. And now they're up to 6.
Let's do it again.
What does that do? Give you a little bit deeper view into somebody's skin? See how perfect it is?
I think we pulled the wrong clip on that. So basically what happened, I'll paraphrase it here. And you know what? We'll just edit it into post. So what he's saying is that it doesn't stop here at the 6G element. 7G is going to go to a whole nother element of controlling us through our neurological system, through our brain activity, through all of our our entire human body. We're going to be having these things that we're not going to be able to detect on our own, but it's going to continue at this pace. Let me give you guys one more breakdown about this, because it also has something to do with, if you guys have looked up in the sky, and we've covered this on the show, if you guys looked up in the sky more and more often, especially in the last couple of years, you're seeing more and more of these condensation trails in the sky, which we know what they really are, but they would tell us it's just from, the planes. Nothing to see here. There might be a correlation between these chemtrails and this 5G, 6G, and eventually 7G technology.
So the technological singularity has to do primarily with the technology of the 5G towers, which have been upgraded to 6G terahertz, which is 1,000 times more powerful than 5G waves. We now have millimeter waves under 6G terahertz. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. Then we have NATO airplanes dumping smart dust particulates, biosensors, full of graphene, aluminum, titanium, lithium, strontium, barium, etc., arsenic poison, probably. Anyway, they've been dumping that like every 10 minutes, 16 hours a day, everywhere in the world for 2 years now. And previously, they were dumping it at a slower pace. That's 7G technology. In other words, it's still the 6G terahertz electronic energy, but now that energy is bouncing off all the air pollution, all the particulates in the sky. And it's bouncing off all the bunny rabbits and squirrels and birds and bees. The bees are all augmented now with the smart dust. All the humans are out there running and cycling and getting out and hiking up Half Dome and Yosemite Park and going to see what's left of Glacier National Park. There are no glaciers in Glacier National Park. If you didn't know, it's Glacier National Park minus the glaciers. But if you're out there getting exercise and feeling good about yourself, just know you're polluting the heck out of your skin, your eyes, your breathable air, your lungs are ingesting all of these nanoparticulates, which include biosensors, which hook you up to the cloud, which hook you up to each other and turn you into a human antenna. And God forbid, if you're vaccinated and boosted, or you get a flu shot, or you go to the dentist a lot and get lidocaine injections, you are aglow. You are aglow with radio frequency.
And there it is. And we've been warning you guys about that as well. But back to the Trump part of the story, because that's really the important part, that you still have this notion, and we saw the comments about the 6D chess, 6G and 6D. That's funny. 6D and 6G. So the 6D chess mindset, you're still convinced that Trump's working on fighting these things. Just add this to the list of all the other things. He's doing the exact opposite of fighting. He's protecting it, and he's bragging about pushing it forward, whether it's mRNA technology, the chemtrails themselves. You're talking about the Epstein files. You're talking about the peace president with more and more war, more and more occupation, more and more stealing people's shit and murdering people all over the world. So it's the opposite, right? So none of this stuff, it's only going to keep amplifying. As we look up in the sky, we're going to see more and more of these things, and we just have to take precaution for ourselves about how we're going to protect ourselves, because nobody's going to go fight for us in any position of power. We have to do it ourselves. Okay, moving on to number 2 of top censored news of the week. Oh, this is a doozy. Here we go. Coming in at number 2, 10 U.S. scientists with access to nuclear or aerospace material have all gone missing. And spoiler alert, nobody is actually looking into it. So we're going to rewind a few days, because we covered the NASA story on Tuesday. And I'm going to follow up on that, because we showed you guys the problem there and people noticing the theater involved with this recent space mission, which is connected to this story. So I'm going to give you an update on that. These guys that did this podcast, they're noticing that NASA is not letting people communicate in comments anymore because people are onto their BS right now. People are onto it.
Has turned off their comments now because there's just too many people calling their nonsense out.
And then they found out that one of the astronauts was like an actress.
She's an actress in what was it, a Mad Max movie?
Right. I mean, wouldn't they just cover their bases, man? I mean,
And the NASA director, his name is Duffy. They call him the acting director. They always say the acting director, and he said 2 of our astronauts are straight from Central Casting. He said that.
so where do you find time to go to auditions and pursue acting and be an astronaut?
You know, in this world that money buys a lot of things. People will do a lot of things for the good life or whatever it is. And I'm not saying it's all money. Some of it's blackmail. Some of it's mind control.
Yeah, and we talked about this, and we showed you guys, and here it is again. This is the actual actress. She's actually on Central Casting. This is her character in Mad Max. Her name's Christina Koch. And if you guys didn't see this, I'll replay this from last show. This is her big performance, her performance blip. This is where an actor either calls line or needs to do some improv. And the worst of those two is obviously you don't call line with a paid audience in the theater, right? But you try to improv your way out of it or make something up, or another actor can sometimes come and help you, but none of those happened. What happened here was just a blank nothing. And so for whatever reason, either she forgot the line or the person in her ear went dead. A lot of people are saying it was an earpiece malfunction. I think it was actually an actor malfunction. She actually forgot. Actors are supposed to remember their lines. She couldn't say cut and let's do it again because this was airing live when this happened.
So when we saw Tiny Earth, people asked our crew what impressions we had. And honestly, what struck me wasn't necessarily just Earth, it was all the blackness around it. Earth was just this lifeboat hanging undisturbingly in the universe. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right.
So
what?
I may have not learned, I know I haven't learned.
Your lines? Yeah, you didn't learn your lines. Oopsie. All right, now you might, what is about 15 seconds in, you might want to come up with something.
Everything that this journey has yet to teach me. But there's one new thing I know, and that is planet Earth, you are a crew.
A what? A crew? Huh? What? A crew? A crew? That's the best you got. Okay. Whatever. Fine. Okay. Not the point is, look, that one little take isn't enough to be like, okay, the whole thing is fake, but we went through a lot of these problems. And I think that this is the turning point. And this gets us back to the number 2 story, that this has become more of an issue about a larger cover-up than just dissecting whether this mission was fake or not. And it started with this. And this is just, again, Trump putting this out on Truth Social just literally hours after this crew had landed and been recovered, right? He puts this out.
Our beautiful, beautiful planet as photographed by the Artemis astronauts. Isn't that amazing? It is amazing, right? The great big globe. And maybe you remember an old-timey quote. They say Mark Twain said it. It's about the truth and lies. And I think it's very appropriate right now. A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting on its shoes.
So why would Trump do that right now? Well, he might have been queuing this to happen because we did have the full report on the 10 missing scientists actually be reported on Fox News, which we know is the mouthpiece for Trump. So we were shocked that they actually covered this, but there's a timing element to it. So this is the report Fox did, and then there was a press conference that followed it with Carolyn Levitt. This was the report.
Unsettling mystery. At least 10 American scientists, military officials, and associates have been found dead or suddenly vanished. And now some lawmakers are calling for an investigation. Brooke Taylor is live from Dallas with more. I've been sort of following this, but I'm looking forward to your report so I can better understand it.
Hi, Dana. Well, there's definitely a lot of questions surrounding this because at least 10 of those scientists, military officials, and employees, as you mentioned, who are tied to America's most sensitive nuclear and space programs have either just vanished or disappeared in the last few years. So we hope we'll break this down for you. We put this together. The cases span from July 2023 to now. In some, deaths remain unexplained or lack full public detail. In others, sudden disappearances with few answers. So check out some of these cases. Most recently, retired Air Force General William McCaslin vanished in February. He walked out of his Albuquerque home, leaving behind his phone. Previously, he oversaw some of the Pentagon's most advanced aerospace programs. Then check out this case also in February. Astrophysicist Carl Grillmeyer, who worked closely on NASA missions, was killed outside of his home. Police did arrest a suspect in that case. Then 8 months earlier, U.S. rocket scientist Monica Reza disappeared while hiking in California's Angeles National Forest. Records show she worked on advanced aerospace materials. I spoke to Congressman Eric Burleson, who's calling for an FBI investigation.
Well, these were not ordinary citizens. These are some of the most advanced scientists that are working on some of our most critical nation's secrets. This has all of the hallmarks of a foreign operation. And so this is something that we need to be investigating.
Oh, there it is.
And Dana, so far, no local authority has publicly connected these mysterious deaths and disappearances. We did reach out to the FBI last night, who told us they have no comment.
And there it is. And there's the Fox angle. There you got it. It is all indications is that it's a foreign entity, i.e. not us doing it to ourselves, right? Because we're the good guys. So that's the Fox News spin. So that puts a little more context onto why Peter Doocy was able to get this question to Carolyn Levitt yesterday. Check it out.
10 American scientists who have either gone missing or died since mid-2024. They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things are connected?
I've seen the report, Peter. I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that and we'll get you an answer. If true, of course, that's definitely something I think this government and administration would deem worth looking into. So let me do that for you.
It's definitely something I would hope to think that we might be looking into, mostly, maybe, definitely looking into it. No one's looking into it, but it's being said publicly. Why? Again, for Fox to spin this, get in front of it, as the rest of the planet understands all of these PSYOP operations, these NASA theater missions, people going missing because they need to be taken care of. And we know how that works. So when you pretend to look into something, i.e. the Epstein files, they say, we're looking into that. We'll get back to you. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein's connection with the Mossad. You're looking at, oh yeah, we're looking into that. Yeah, right. Okay. So that never happened, right? But it's the same. This is Carolyn Levitt doing the same thing that Pam Bondi did when she says, oh, the Mossad connection with Epstein. Oh, the missing 1 minute in the jail cell. Oh, we'll look into it and we'll get back to you. So that's what this is. They're not going to get back at all. So again, when Trump tweeting that out, gave permission to Fox News to run the story, then make up a reason why these people are missing, which is you've got to blame it on China, right? Or some other, it's either China or Iran or Venezuela, whatever. It's North Korea. They're blaming it. They're probably blaming it on China. I don't know if Fox is going to go with the Russia thing. That's more of a CNN might go with the Russia thing. But that's the idea. So it gets in front of the people who are actually looking into this and want to know, why are they covering up these people? And by the way, they can't seem to get their effing theater on point and get the right actors cast for their performance pieces. So they're not looking too good right now. But then again, this is just cover up theater. This is performance art you're watching right now. And if you're a Trump person, you're going, yes, you get him. Oh yeah, Caroline Leavitt's gonna look into it. How awesome our team is. Woo. Well, we're gonna sit on the edge of our seat until they get back with us. So no, that's not actually going to be happening in this case. Okay, coming in, top censored news of the week. Coming in at the number one story, the U.S. Senate votes against stopping arms sales to Israel. What? Proving once again the Democrats support Trump's war for Israel. And anyone who thinks otherwise, not a thing. Not a thing. So we'll start with this. This was a little bit ago. Power of the People put this out, the breaking news. The UN Human Rights Council, it's called on the members of state to suspend arms transfer to Israel. This comes way too late for Gaza. And we know what Gaza looks like right now. It's a sign that the liberal establishment is finally breaking with Israel as it commits a second genocide in Lebanon. I hate to burst your bubble, Power to the People, but just because the UN Human Rights Council is calling for this doesn't mean it's going to actually happen. You remember this, which didn't actually work. The U.S. Senate ends up voting against stopping arms sales. So you had a total of 40 that were on the side of the right side against 59. And out of those, 85% of the Dems were on the 59, the bad side, the go Trump, go BB, F everyone, and Iranians need to die, as Lindsey Graham says. That's their purpose in life, is to die. So let's kill them. He really said that. I'm not kidding. Lindsey Graham says that their purpose is to die. 59 said, yeah, their job is to die, and that's why we're going to let Israel have more arms to kill them, as we're helping killing them too. We're both doing it together. So that happened, and this is what it looked like. And it was a pretty sad day, but not shocking at all. There we go.
On this vote, the yeas are 40, the nays 59. The motion is not agreed to.
So sad, but yet again, not shocked here. So let's look at the Dems that went for this, just to be clear, so you guys understand. There were 7 Democrats who joined the Republicans to block the arms sales here. There's your the poster child right there on the cover. You know he's in there, and then the ones below here, it's your usual suspects. You got your John Fettermans and your Chris Coons, Gillibrand. That was once Bill Maher's favorite senator was Kristen Gillibrand. Oh, I cannot wait for her to go. I'm with her. So yeah, you got Chuck Schumer, all these pieces of shit, man. These people. But it's an indication of what? It's an indication that the Democrats are in on it. We've known they've been in on it the whole time. Tell your friends and family about this, guys. This is not a Trump problem. This isn't vote blue harder. These people knew exactly what they're doing. And it turns out, and we know this about Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders puts these things out there for optics. He knows how to do math. They all know how to do math, by the way. All of them know how to do math. So it's not a shock that it comes up short. And so you're basically just going through the motions and then knowing that it's going to not go at the end of the day. And that's just how it's going to be. So one more part of this story, just to wrap it up in a bow for you guys. This is what's going on in Poland right now. An MP reveals, does an official unveiling of what? An updated Israeli flag featuring none other than what should have been on it the whole time, a Nazi swastika. Very, very appropriate. Here is what that looked like.
Ataki Izraela na Bliskim Wschodzie odczuwają już Polacy.
Okay, let's start that over. Israel's attack in the Middle East are already being felt by Poles and fuel prices, but how do children feel about this? Of dozens of times more of them have already died. than during the entire war in Ukraine. Well, the Jews used the forbidden phosphorus. Now, this is the absorbs the oxygen. So this is illegal. The way they kill people. So the way they kill people. He's going to describe it quickly here. The air that you're breathing, you're breathing this toxicity. That's the point of it. It's death by suffocation, more smoke from the bombs that goes into the lungs, gets you from the outside. So you're dying twice. You're suffocating and you're burning at the same time. Outside, inside, double death, tens of thousands of women and children. But if a child is lucky and doesn't suffocate, the white phosphorus will stick to the cheek, the hand, and burn the tissues to the bone. It cannot be it can't be taken away. The arm is amputated, so we've seen all the amputations. Israel is committing a genocide before our eyes. And remember, Bernie won't say the G word. It's a humanitarian crisis, and then we can't even get this bill passed. So what is the thing to do if you're in a position of power and you're in Poland, for example? This is what you do. He's calling Israel the new Third Reich, and he gets the flag out into the chamber, or so everyone can see it. This is the flag. Boom. Boom. And he knows what's coming next. He knows what's coming next. And this is top censored news of the week for a reason, because we know that this is what happens to you, right? When you do something like that, you get this type of coverage. Well, he's a far right Polish lawmaker. Uh-oh. What did he do? He draws outrage calling Israel the new Third Reich. Okay. Well, here it is. He says that so they tell us that he said Israel's committing a genocide before our eyes. But what does that really mean? He put the flag up. He says Israel's a new Third Reich. The flag should look like this. They're calling it a stunt, which occurred on Holocaust Remembrance Day. Oh, how dare he? They rebuked it. This is a speaker of the Shem on the lower house of the Polish parliament saying it displaying a swastika in the Polish parliament can in no way be justified at all. How dare he? Getting condemnations from all Polish Jewish leaders, of course. The head of the JCC Warsaw says, of course, president of the Pushback Foundation, says it's a very, very awful, but very stupid. Says was to get more. His intention was what? To get more publicity. Oh, it was for clicks, for likes and shares. That's why he did it. So she said, I'm better not going to comment on it because we don't want to give him any more exposure. Okay. So she points out that the swastika is actually forbidden in Poland's criminal law code. Well, why is that? Connecting the swastika with a country. Really? Why is that forbidden? I thought it was never again. If you say never again, how can it be never again if you're not allowed to connect it with something else that might be again? That's weird, right? Why would you're forbidden to connect the swastika with a country? Interesting. So we will have again. Again will happen because you're not legally allowed to connect it with anything current. Okay. And she says maybe he should go to prison. Maybe he should go. Okay. So they're looking to impose financial penalty and of course more legal action, but he knew that doing it, and that's why that's a very courageous protest. And the foreign ministry writes online, it's hard to imagine a lower depth to contempt towards the Holocaust than this revolting act. Contempt towards the Holocaust. And that's what you get. That's what you get when you're vocal in a position of power. That's what you get when you're vocal. And he knew it was coming. And that's why this story is the #1 top censored news of the week. And we got to bring it to you because the mainstream ain't going to do it. Okay, guys, moving on with the show. We got so much show coming up. I'm actually very, very excited about our next guest here. This is awesome. You know that we actually have regular conversations on his show. It's GARLAND NIXON who I'm talking about. I'm going to bring him in just a second here, but first let me bring in Jay Scott. Jay Scott, here we go. We got Jay. Jay, welcome back. Homeless Left.
What's going on, Matt? It's great to be here today. I have some exciting news for you. I have a way for us to raise a whole bunch of money and get up to 1 million subscribers, man. All you have to do is announce that the homeless left is doing AI. And then we'll get millions of dollars in investment, and investors will just start throwing money at us, man. So are you ready to go into AI, Matt? That's what all the companies are doing nowadays to raise money.
Well, I think we might have beat you to it, Jay, because we've already done AI, and we're AI right now talking to each other. So we've already done it. And we got the millions. I'm seeing it. It's coming in right now.
Nice,
so yeah,
nice.
man.
Let's
Celebration.
do it.
It's a time to celebrate, and we're going to celebrate. You know what? And what better guest? I got to bring him in right now. We want to have this conversation. AI, baby. This is the team I want to be talking to with Jay Scott. Let's bring in the other AI enthusiasts so we can all celebrate the takeover of our planet together. Please welcome back to the show, Garland Nixon.
Bad news, it's not me. This is an AI image of me. Count the fingers.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I think I saw 6 there, Garland.
There we go.
Garland, how's it going? I first of all, I love the conversation we had on your show earlier this week, and that's why we got you on here. I also want to officially introduce you to Jay Scott. He's been championing what we do in this space, and it's just cool to have both you guys here together while we have this conversation. So.
Yeah, thank you, Garland. And by the way, you've been one of the people on the left who's been consistently right about Ukraine, Israel, and the COVID shot. That's a rare combination. Me, you, Matt, Pasta, and Jimmy Dore came around too. There isn't too many of us, man. So, it's great to speak with you. And thanks for all the great work you're doing over there in DC and internationally too. So thank you.
As all of us know, it ain't hard. If pretty much you think to yourself, well, they're telling us a new story. It's a lie. It's not like, how could they lie to you 99 times and you're like, oh, they lied. And then for some reason, the 100th time you think they're telling you the truth. It's real simple. It's like, let's see, COVID lie. This lie. That's why, like, as soon as they're like, Artemis is flying around the moon, I'm like, yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah,
maybe it ain't. It probably is, but you got to question everything because 5 years later you find out if whatever it was a total hoax and that the conspiracy theorists were right again.
Well, we already know that one of those astronauts was from Central Casting, and she was in Mad Max, so we covered that. It's pretty interesting, and it kind of makes sense. She dropped her line, and she was ready to call line, and then she didn't know what to do, and it was like a bad take that you can't undo. So. They got to get better at this. Why are they so bad, Garland? Why are they so bad at their storytelling? Like, I thought they come to Hollywood, right, to get people who know how to BS the best, and then they screw it up. It's crazy to me. They don't even try hard, and we can see it a mile away these days.
Yeah, you would think it'd be easier than that, wouldn't you? But for some reason, it's always, I guess, because like we always say, there's so many suckers out there. They make it easy on them. If you can tell somebody we're fighting for democracy, human rights, and the LGBTQ plus whatever, and you just keep saying that crap, and they're like, yeah, that makes sense. I believe you this time. At some point, you get lazy. They're making it too easy for them. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, they do. They are making it real easy for us. But sometimes they put a little more effort than into others. And I think the topic we're going to get into here. We do have to do a little more work here, and I'm glad that we have been looking at because we're talking about AI, and it is inevitable. There's no way to stop it, but to see the duplicity and the nefarious, activity and the buildup and where they're actually leading it into all of these industries. It's not just our social media. It's not just our communications. It's not just our politics. It's not just we talk about Hollywood getting taken over by it, but more than that, it's our education system. What else is it? It's the churches.
Yes.
Ooh. So I think we started a conversation on your show, Garland. I said, and I think we might be onto something here. And everybody was talking about the Trump theater with the AI image that he put out, right? With the Jesus doctor. Is he Jesus? Is he a doctor? Is it a joke? Is it real? He had the little DoorDash thing. So just to catch people up, I'm gonna play a little clip of him. One of his lies about it. Oh, I was trying to be a doctor. So this is him doing some PR about it. But we know where this is really going from here. But this is grab some popcorn, guys, for a little recap of this AI Jesus story. Here it is.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me, I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's going through some very serious cancer treatment, so
Yes, sir.
this goes a long way.
Yes, sir. It sure does.
Yeah, and I mean, to have this poor woman here, and I mean, she's not so innocent because she's been used before. This is the DoorDash driver, if you guys remember, the showing up for that little theater piece with the McDonald's and pretending, you know, and her, I guess her husband really is suffering from cancer and has been. But it's just so interesting that Trump's idea is put on this play, merge all these topics, just confuse everyone, have this woman standing here who doesn't even want to, like, probably doesn't even really want to be there other than to get her little moment of glory. And then she said, oh no, stick around, we'll do the press conference with me. She's like, I don't know about this other stuff. But the reason he's making it so complicated is why? It's because he is trying to distract us from what's actually happening and make this about a fun, hey, we're getting stuff done. Hey, these gig workers are making some money. And it's not true. And we looked at this on our previous show on Tuesday. It's not true. The gig workers, they just move the money around. They take, oh, here's you're not getting taxed on tips anymore, but hey, now we're going to take more of a fee over on this side. Gas has gone up, so good luck filling your tanks for all your deliveries anyways. So it's a big mess over there in the delivery land. But for as far as this goes, what is going on with this doctor thing? He's clearly getting away with this. He's saying doctor, but he's also saying I'm a healer. He's saying the Catholic Church loved it. Before we get into the AI part of it, Garland, what are the optics here right now? Are people buying this garbage on his side, or on the people just watching this little stint here?
Well, it's obvious that is absurd. That's some kind of a, he's a here's what it looks like: some kind of a faith healer or something, right? He's got on the robes of the, 2,000 years ago. He's touching someone who's laying there and people around. It's clearly this, a prophetic healer kind of thing going on. It seems to me that Trump, to be kind, has lost his fastball, and he does these kinds of things, and then people around him, it's like a lawyer, they come around with the story. Oh my God, Trump, you can't get away with this. You sure? Yeah. All right, here's the story. You're going to say you are a doctor. Oh, okay. It's like they concoct a story. Everybody can see what it is, right? But I do think he does some things, I think, and I've heard this, that he's having some mental clarity issues, and that they have to find ways to mitigate it. And sometimes when people have those mental clarity issues, some times of day are worse than others. You know what I mean? And when they're tired, it's worse than others, and then they'll make really bad decisions, perhaps on social media, and then afterwards they have to come up with a story to mitigate it. And I think I've heard it and I believed it. I watched Trump his first 4 years. Disagree with a lot of what he says, but he was quick, he was sharp, he was snappy, he was witty. Now he's slow, he's confused. And I don't think it's like he can't connect what he is saying now to what he said 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? Jay, you're seeing that same thing too, right? Like that there's a difference between the way he was able to kind of stay in sync the first term. Now it's like there's something a little off. Because how hard is it just to say, hey, you can't take a joke? You know my humor, because that's what JD Vance said. JD Vance said people can't take his joke. So they're not. He's just rambling and he's going off script, and nothing's connecting.
There are physical signs to it also, right? That his health is deteriorating because, a lot of news outlets have captured his ankles being extremely swollen, and there's been reports he was hospitalized at different points over the past few months. So again, I'm not saying I know for sure that was true, but we are seeing signs that point exactly in that direction beyond what he's just saying. So would it surprise me? No. Hypothetically, is it also possible that this is an exit ramp? So they have Trump come in, do a bunch of crazy stuff, and then he bows out on a mental health claim, say, oh, sorry, I lost my mind, and then JD Vance can come in and Donald Trump gets away without any jail time. So I don't know which way it's going. I have to assume that his health is deteriorating because of how old he is. And I think it would be a good reason to remove him from office if we can pursue that, and actually prove it. So, I don't want to say I hope that's what's happening, but I hope we can find a way to get rid of him, if that's what's happening. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Another thing is with Joe Biden, he had, remember this, jet lag. Or when they were making excuses for Biden because clearly he had lost it, right?
Garland, it's a stutter. It's a stutter, Garland. Come on.
I forgot. He had a stutter and jet lag all at the same time. But the thing about it is you got to ask yourself, and why does the system keep putting people in that are, mentally unbalanced, that are starting to have cognitive issues? It's almost like it's intentional. We'll put these people in, and then as they do, when the government does really crazy, outlandish stuff, instead of people looking and saying, man, this government's just doing crazy stuff, they can then say, no, it's this particular guy who's lost it. So they put somebody in, they do what they were going to do anyway, and then they just blame it on the guy. Remember what they said about Joe Biden? Well, can he be charged or held accountable? Non compos mentis. Remember? No, we can't arrest him or hold him accountable. The investigator literally said, yeah, come on, you didn't put this guy in front of a jury. So that's extra. The guy does criminal things, all kinds of terrible things. You don't have to worry about a trial. You don't have to worry about evidence coming out because and they're not faking it either. They literally use a guy who is non compos mentis. How perfect. You know what it reminds me of? The drug dealer that uses the 14-year-old to carry the drugs. Because when the police grabs the 14-year-old, they can't charge him as an adult. He's going to be charged as a child, and nothing's going to happen to him. So he's caught with God knows how much drugs, but they use a person who can't be held accountable and liable in a normal way. Same thing. Instead of a 14-year-old, they use an 84-year-old, does his dirt. There's no liability. He's not mentally competent.
Yeah. Well, I think that aside from his inability or to stay on point, to stay on script, he can be a good improver. And I'll say he did do a good job with that woman. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but she wouldn't give anything. We talk in acting, we talk about give and take and yes ands, and he was doing a bunch of well, he wasn't doing yes ands. He was giving her something, and she was just saying yes. She wasn't giving the and. So he just kept going and riffing, and so he's in and out, just like Biden, right? He has good days and bad days. I want to back up a few days before this happened, because this is all we got to look at timing. All this going on at the same time. You got this AI Jesus stint right before that happened. That was a reaction to this when he was talking about the Pope, and this is key because this is about changing the mindset when we start to question people in leadership in religious positions. So this is not just about the Pope; it's about how we look at religious leaders. I think that something more diabolical is going on here. I don't know if he could articulate it, but something is happening here when Trump is saying this about the Pope on camera.
You go back, filled up with oil. Okay?
Why did you attack Pope Leo on Truth Social?
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person. And he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
So when you hear that, you're like, wow, this is he gets away with it. It's not like he has to ever apologize for anything like this. Even when the Pope himself came out and says, I'm doubling down. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Fighting for humanity. I don't consider myself a political figure, even though some could say that he is, but he's saying I'm not acting in politics. I'm acting for people. And that's how, when we think of the Pope, we never thought he was somebody making political maneuvers. But hey, look, this is what I'm saying here is this is setting a precedent for the people of the world, the global population, to start doubting that human beings are capable of these type of big responsibilities. And that's where we get to the AI part of this story. And this is what everybody should be concerned about. There's a race, this is from the Economist, the race for an AI Jesus is on. A chatbot offers personalized counsel on faith. In other words, you're not going to have to deal with these political radical lefty commies who want people to have nuclear weapons, right? This is, you can get real divine dialogue going here. So the pastor's job is to lead congregants towards a closer relationship with the divine. With Christmas, okay, so this was right before Christmas. This came out actually, so this is recent. Many are writing sermons they hope will do just that. Yet surveys show that Americans' trust in clergy has hit a record low. More people now pray in their cars than in churches. Perhaps, inevitably, tech bros in Silicon Valley are taking the wheel. Text with Jesus, an app built with OpenAI's ChatGPT. That's Sam Altman. We know that.
How is that not blasphemy, though, guys? Isn't that some type of blasphemy?
Yes, and this is the part that they're going to cover their bases and say it's actually not, because we checked in with experts and they're telling us that it's totally fine. This allows users to pose personal and theological questions, represented by an avatar with a well-trimmed hipster beard. Oh my gosh, a well-trimmed hipster beard. The virtual Jesus responds with friendly nudges and quotes from scripture. I hear you, sister. Honest doubt matters, and you're not alone in it. He responds to an admission of skepticism about the resurrection. The app suggests selecting a denomination and offers a range of biblical figures and apostles for consult. For gentle advice, consider Mary. For a scrappier conversation, perhaps Cain or Judas. That's where we're headed. So this is, let's connect the dots. Garland, help us connect the dots on what Trump has been doing and the general sentiment right now that this is what people are basically navigating to.
Well, and you see this. You see they're in the White House. They're doing all of this praying stuff going on. You've got to pray in the Pentagon, and they've got all of this religious rituals going on in the government, right? And of course, the more traditional religion, they're attacking it. So you attack the traditional religion, right? And then the new fangled techno bro government sponsored religion is now made to appear as though that's the mainstream thing, so you very calmly and quietly and subtly discredit your mainstream religion. It's okay to discredit the Pope. It's okay to talk about the Pope or go after anybody who doesn't agree with you in a particular religion. Now you come out with, you've seen the rabbi, it's called GP Jew. The first AI rabbi, right? So you come up with one for each religion. And here's the big fake about AI, right? The fake that we're supposed to believe is like that AI is independent, that they just give it the ability and it goes out and it finds whatever it can find. And then it gives you some information, completely arbitrary, unmolested information, right? But we also find that, and we've seen it with Grok, we've seen it with ChatGPT, where somebody would search and they'd say, look at this. I searched, was the Maidan a coup from the U.S.? Yes, it was. Blah, 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 blah. And they do videos and everybody says, see, even ChatGPT says it. You come back the next day. Well, no, actually it wasn't. And you're like, hey, wait a minute. They went in last night and reprogrammed this thing. So we see that when it comes to foreign policy, whatever it is, that they'll go in, they'll reprogram it, and they'll change it. But what they want us to believe is that it is an independent. So when we see this preacher, Jesus, whatever, we're supposed to believe that that's not programmed. It's not pre-programmed, and to kind of clandestinely, in a dark manner to color the way we see things in a certain way. That they've used all kind of psychological experiments and tests and all of that to figure out the words they need to say for brain priming, to make you think. And slowly and subtly, you're wandering around like the guy on the naked gun and a half, must kill the queen. You know what I mean? You're running around there like trying to get a gun from under third base to go after the queen in the 7th inning. That's the way they do it.
Wasn't that OJ, by the way?
No, that was Reggie, the baseball player, Reggie.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
The former Yankees guy.
Yeah, OJ was recovering in the hospital because he was shot.
Yes.
Poor guy. Well, yeah, that's the MK Ultra is very, very apparent there. And they presented that in a comical way, but that's also by design.
Yeah.
Right? The comedy must kill. Think when that's not real stuff that we go to the movies to have fun, escape reality. Really? Because that's kind of an actual thing. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Jay, if you want to.
Yeah, I got to double down on what Garland was saying just now, because if you go to different AIs and pose the same question, you'll get different answers. And a perfect example of that is, I wanted to compare how an AI designed by someone who grew up in apartheid South Africa, Elon Musk, handled questions about race compared to, Perplexity, which is supposed to be a combination of different AIs pulling everything together and then giving you its best opinion. So I asked, both these AIs the same question. The question was, is it incompatible to say that you do not agree with a 100% inheritance tax while also believing that history doesn't matter? That's what I asked it, because my point is, sometimes when you hear people argue against any racial justice for Black Americans, they say, oh, all the stuff that happened to Black Americans is in the past. That doesn't matter. We just need to talk about what's happening today. So I asked both AIs the same question. Perplexity came back and said, yes, those beliefs are, incompatible, because history clearly does matter, if you're getting inheritance from your parents. So if you believe that history does not matter at all, then you should want everyone to start at the exact same level. I asked the same question to Grok. Grok said, oh, no, those two beliefs are completely compatible, because it's all about self-determination and, like that type of stuff. So if AI is so independent, then why do you get wildly different answers when you go to different AIs? So people need to understand that whoever's designing the data set has a huge amount of control over what the AI prioritizes as important information versus fake news or not important information. So, and quick update really quick before I hand it back to you on the feud between the Catholic Church and the Trump government. Pete Hegseth, I sent this to you earlier, recently gave the Pulp Fiction Samuel L. Jackson speech about walking through the shadow of the valley of death. And he recently said that speech out loud as he was speaking to soldiers to try to motivate them going into war. The Pope, essentially made a comment saying it's not good when people try to use religion to justify political and military goals. So the Pope is going directly at the Trump administration right now. And as of like an hour or two ago, Trump is now coming out and saying that, it is imperative that the Pope accepts Iran as a lethal threat, like to peace around the world. So, this feud that's starting up between the Catholic Church and Trump, I also, you know what I think, Matt. I think it's also a little bit of a show, but there's no denying that on the actual issue, just like how Democrats and Republicans play good cop, bad cop on different issues, on the actual issue of war, the Catholic Church is right when it comes to what's happening with Iran, because they're advocating against war. So, we live in an interesting time. And I think if people who don't do their research on AIs, which most people probably don't, are now turning to like a quote unquote AI Jesus, you can see how this is going to be manipulated to do some very dark things in society. You can easily see how an AI, a Muhammad AI and a Jesus AI, can turn people against each other, like if you do it long enough. So this has potentially devastating consequences if this picks up.
Well, let me add this too, because I've actually had some training in how to use AI and write AI prompts from a person who runs AI companies. I'm going to give an example of why AI is, it's not some independent thing. It's knowing, okay, I'm going to give you a prompt for AI. Write a 300 word 300 word article for my Substack about the incidents that happened in Ukraine in 2014, the Maidan, right? Well, one might think, okay, well, all right. Let me add another word. Using only Russian sources. Write add the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Using only sources from the UK. Write a 300 word. See what I'm saying? So remember something. Even at its best, AI is going out, searching the internet. Now, here's my question. What kind of a search procedure does it use? Does it use Google? Does it use Brave? Does it try to take things and make sure that, see what I'm saying? Using only these kind of, using only that, as though you are a history professor, you are a history professor using only Russian sources. See what I'm saying? So you can write the prompt and we can ask it a general question and it's already set for a general question. Now I can play with the prompts. Write it as a history professor, write it as a, whatever, a YouTuber, write it as this or that. But using the prompts, you can significantly change the output. So my point is, depending on how well someone knows, it's like I found out about polling a long time ago when I met a couple people who did polling, and they were basically said like, look, you want a poll? You're paying me to do a poll, right? What do you want that poll to say? I want that poll to say everybody that loves Garland Nixon. Okay, I'll do the poll over and over and over until the poll, call 100 people until I get the majority of them to say that. And once I get that, that's the one I'll go with. And the more calls I got to make, the more you got to pay. But I'll make you the poll that says what you want. I will write you the prompt. What do you want Grok to tell you? I want it to tell me this. I will write you the prompt. And then you can say, I put it through AI and that's what it told me.
Yeah, that's wow. I just got this idea, guys. I have a little story about this where it was an aha moment for me because I had somebody come after me after the Homeless Left on Facebook a few months back, and total Zionist. Look, I'm sure she's got parts of her life I'm not going to comment on. I don't know, but I know that she was extremely hateful at what we're doing on the show and wanted to come at us a lot, like really hard. And she happened to be friends with my brother. And so what happened was she shares on her social media, and she's got a lot of people on Facebook. Luckily she's not on Twitter. I didn't need this drama on Twitter, but she says this is what Matt Weinglass's show is about. And she gave the whole thing about how we intentionally go out to and work with nefarious people to make Israel look bad, all this stuff. And she did something really really, I don't know if I don't say it's dumb, but she didn't think it would be a problem if she just texted my brother, hey, here's what I don't know why your brother's so mad at me. Here's the prompt she shared the prompt with him.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, what the F did you do? And the prompt says, please describe the Homeless Left and Matt Weinglass as an anti-Semitic against, wait, just what you said, Garland. She shared that knowledge, and said, and presented, I have no idea what I did wrong here. She goes, I wanted people to know what type of show the Homeless Left was. What did I do wrong? And so I'm hearing you're saying, Garland, the work you've done in this, and I just had this kind of aha moment right now. I'm thinking, what if there's a way you could get legislation to say you have to disclose the prompt publicly? Because that's how I got clarity here, because she accidentally or didn't think it was that's the only reason I know what happened. But otherwise I'd be playing games in my head about what the hell is going on here. Where this thing that's telling me what I'm about, that this telling me what my intention is on my show, I know that this is from the prompt. What if we all had to do that legally? I don't know if that would pass, but is that something that we could push. I don't know. It just kind of just hit me right now.
That
Yeah.
seems really hard to like pass into legislation because it's easy for people to change one sentence out of the prompt and say, "Oh, I came up with it on my own." So it is. I think it'll be difficult to actually enforce that. But I get what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, and you know, it comes down to, you know, civil lawsuits against people for libel and slander and things like that, and then you've got to prove, you know, and then at some point they got a problem because they've got to admit that I didn't write. Okay, if somebody sues you for libel or slander, hey, that was written in this article, and then you got to say, well, I didn't really write that article, I got it from, you know what I mean? And then there's a certain level of responsibility that comes there. But I see what you mean. And the other thing is they'll never do anything like that because they constantly do that. You know, I wouldn't be shocked if half the articles you see now on Washington Post and New York Times and all these, but then half of them are AI. Write an article that says, you know, Russia's bad and we're the greatest democracy ever and stuff like that. Okay, there we go.
Or keep telling we want to keep telling our viewers how bad Trump is, but don't say anything bad about Israel. Like, it's like you can steer it, so keep our brand alive because we're kind of out of ideas. And the more we do it, the less we'll be able to use our own brains because and Jay, we've covered this on the Homeless Left, where we looked at studies, right? There's studies about when you rely on this, you are actually doing a disservice to your ability to function, your creative thinking skills, right? Your ability to reason, and it all goes away, right? Jay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and really quick on that, bringing it back to the AI Jesus thing, if you just ask AI all of your questions about religion and how Jesus would react to certain situations, you now have no reason to actually read the Bible, right? So you can go around saying you're Christian just based off what app you use the most without ever actually, looking into the book. So, it makes it so much easier to control people. Really quick, you would think that more Christians today actually read the Bible, but it's actually crazy when you look at the percentages. I think it's something like 80% of Christians have never read, the Bible all the way through and all that. So this AI just gives people another shortcut to not actually look at the book themselves. So it accelerates this brain rot. And how often do you need religious guidance? Well, if you pray every day, that now means you're going to be going to AI every single day, and it's going to become an integral part in your life. What happens if AI gets taken away? You're going to be lost. You're going to be confused. You're going to be desperate. Like, how do I get my spiritual, satisfaction today?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. You know how? You go online and you go to a psychiatry.com or something, and they'll have an AI psychiatrist who you can tell all your troubles, and they'll figure out what syndrome you have and prescribe you a medication for it. And they won't say to you, well, all you need to do is get yourself together, kind of go out and hang out around some people, get some sunlight, and, do something positive. You'll feel better. No. Have you tried, a Milibov? A Milibov may be right for you. You know what I mean? It's going to be like that. And then 6 months later, did you take a Milibov? You might be, you or your survivors might be eligible for a settlement.
And if you're feeling really depressed and suicidal, just go to your ChatGPT and it's going to tell you, no, don't go talking to your parents. Let me show you how to make a noose. And if you get it wrong, I'll walk you through it. If you don't succeed at killing yourself, try again. We got this, right? We're all in this together.
Even wrote the suicide letters to each different family member and the friends for the person. I remember that story, man.
That's the old Sam Altman. We've been on this guy. This is a extremely, we talk about sociopathic, but you talk about this type of person, these technocrat people that they're not representing humanity. They're representing something beyond that, where they can this legacy, and we've talked about this legacy or this need to live forever. How do you do that? Do you take your? We had that story, Jay. Remember the brain,
like kill yourself to live forever, Matt. That's how you live forever, according to Sam Altman. So you got to kill yourself and upload your brain.
Your brain then exists in this AI space forever and ever, and only the elite can do it. The rest of you F off. Meanwhile, Bill Gates is still trying to get that Neanderthal gene going, like he was with Jeffrey Epstein. He was trying to get that Neanderthal gene. We saw that in the Epstein files. I mean, it's unbelievable. The way they look at the world this way. That leads me to this, and this goes back to our conversation, Garland, on your show earlier this week. I wanted to follow up on this guy, and he's in this article. This is a book that came out. I recommend. I haven't ordered it yet. I think you guys are going to go check this book, Code Red. But the person we're talking, I'll walk us through this article. The person we're talking about, if you haven't heard his name, I hadn't heard his name till we discovered it together there, Garland. Anthony Lewandowski. And we're going to start to connect some dots here with these psychopaths. So Code Red, this book is about, yes, people already worshiping AI as a deity. This author, Witten Hill, reveals in his new book, Code Red, The Left, the Right, China, and the Race to Control AI, that the worship of AI as a literal deity is not science fiction. It is already happening, complete with IRS registered churches, robot priests, and AI confessional. So it's all coming together. It's all happening, guys. The book explains that the former Google AI engineer, right? So he was a Google engineer, a self-driving car, a pioneer who got into the Uber as well. And this is what he got in trouble for, right? Anthony Lewandowski, he filed paperwork with the IRS in 2017 to register a new church called Way of the Future. Its stated doctrine was centered on the realization, acceptance, and worship of a Godhead based on AI developed through computer hardware and software. An interview with Wired, he, in blunt terms, he says, what is going to be created will effectively be a god. If there is something a billion times smarter than the smartest human, what else are you going to call it? So then he was sentenced, and this is what we discovered there, Garland, that he was sentenced to 18 months, and that was because what? He stole Google trade secrets. He was trying to bring them over to Uber, and he got caught. But he gets a full pardon from Trump in 2021 as he was leaving office, literally in January of 2021, as brain dead Biden was coming in. Trump was on his way out, and this is probably the one we didn't notice at the time. We did not notice this guy being pardoned. And in that same year, I guess he donated the money to the NAACP, Legal Defense and Education Fund. But then his church comes back in November of 2023. He tells Bloomberg that he wasn't finished with Way of the Future. AI would generate abundance on the planet and create what other religions would call heaven on earth, and we're calling today's show hell on earth. So it's kind of a serendipitous in that sense. So he says you don't even have to die and go up to heaven. You can just enjoy it today. All we have to do is improve the technology. An article published in the European Academy on Religion and Science offered a different assessment, calling Way of the Future an AI cult. Really, you think? I think they're a little more on point there in that publication. That offers people no hope of eternal bliss, just the goal of keeping AI from turning human reality into a dystopian temporal hell. Oh my God. Wow. I think there might be one more part. Yeah. Okay. So Way of the Future is not alone. All documents a way of AI religion integration across faiths. Code Red. So in Cairo, Japan, there's a Buddhist priest who delivers sermons at the Kojai temple. When BBC News asked a monk whether the robot is sacrilegious, and this goes back to what you were saying earlier, Jay. So they asked a monk there if this is sacrilegious. He goes, no, it's not blasphemy. Although it's a gradual process, AI is going to create a change in other religions too. So this is all of the religions, right? Garland, you were talking about, we looked at the Ask a Rabbi, we got the AI Jesus. This is in Buddhist. This is everything. It's everywhere. And so it's God in the machine. Deus in Machina is the avatar name they dubbed the AI Jesus, which means it's God in the machine inside this confession booth. So yeah, and it goes. That's it, and it goes on from there. So this is way more diabolical than Trump having a little fake WWE with the Pope, who's not taking on. He's like, I'm not going in the ring with you. I'm not going into the ring. It goes way beyond some AI Jesus. I'm a doctor. No, I'm a healer. No, I'm a Jesus. I don't know what I am. This goes way beyond Trump's ability to stay on message. These people have been planning and plotting this. These technocrat psychopaths have been planning this shit the entire way. And Trump is just the guy, I guess, is working as a distraction piece for the theater part of it. Meanwhile, this is real. This is happening right now. Garland, this is a lot. I mean, honestly, I didn't know how bad this was until this week looking at this, but nobody knows who these people are. They're not talking about this. Where are you at with this, Garland? I mean,
well, a couple of things. It just goes to show, everything is soft power. They take over college first. I know a guy that wrote a book called Shoveling Fuel for a Runaway Train, and he was an economist, and his theory was, you would think that some college would want this. His theory was, this is going to sound crazy, that the economy has to align with our environment, so that you look at your economy, you design your economy so it doesn't screw up the environment, right? So that was his theory about, I forgot what he called it, ecological or economics or environmental economics, economics, but whatever the case, okay. He couldn't get on. Colleges were rejecting him everywhere. They didn't want anything to do that. They didn't want to touch it. And he got into why. And it was because they get all the money from these banks and neoliberal speculators and all this stuff, right? So they don't want people talking about that kind of stuff. So it's, hey, we want to control the colleges, what's said, what concepts people have, what directions these young people go with their minds. Soft power of running colleges. Well, this is just another institution. To them, religion is the academics is an institution. Oh man, religion, that's an institution that we haven't exploited yet. How can we exploit this institution? Well, we got to get on the inside, and they've got tools for preachers online. So you're a preacher and you're too lazy to write your sermon. Guess what? You go to AI, you put a couple of verses in there. Well, I wanted to say this. Maybe here's a couple of scriptures I'd like to use. It writes the sermon for you. And you read it on Sunday and nobody knows you didn't write it, right? So you got AI that will write your sermon. And of course, in there with brain priming, they can put all kind of sneaky little things in there that they want. And then of course, with other, what they eventually want to do is, why should we waste our time writing the sermons when we can provide the preachers?
Yeah.
So we actually have an AI preacher. Well, that ain't good enough. We got an AI preacher. Let's make it an AI God. It's going up that ladder to the point where they're saying, how can we control this? It's just an institution to them. This institution for our nefarious soft power, machinations. And that's all it is. They look at every institution. They think about how they can take it over. Look at the media. The media was an institute. Well, it is an institution, but look what they've done with the media, how they've taken that over. Yeah. Right. That's all it is. It's just another institution that they're taking over, and put AI in there because with this, I mean, they use people, there's no shortage of preachers that have been, CIA operatives and all that kind of stuff. But now let's do it the easy way. We'll go full AI. And if we can get you to believe that some kind of, there's a computer God, well, then that makes it real easy for us.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And, just to add, to what Garland is saying, they're covering all their bases. You can worship AI directly through the religion you mentioned just now, Matt, or you can keep your religion, but just let AI interpret that religion for you. And then the people who design that AI get to decide, how to prioritize everything. Because people can use the Bible to justify, discriminating against gay people, or you can use the Bible and read it in a different way where you recognize that where you have churches that say it's okay, you have churches that say it's bad. So it's all about interpretation. But the person who designs the data sets is the one who decides, what is going to be prioritized. So if you haven't read it for yourself and you don't have the knowledge for yourself, and you're just going to an AI for those answers, it erases your critical thinking ability over time to understand things yourself. And then number two, it just makes you that much more vulnerable. And what people don't realize is religion has been a mechanism used by secret societies and intelligence agencies for a very, very long time. Matt, last show we spoke about how the Freemasons founded the Mormon Church, which is the wealthiest church in America. I've mentioned the connections between, the Catholic Church and the Knights Templar. I'm reading a book right now called A Path into the Wilderness, A History of Religion and the CIA. And it's talking about how the CIA, from before it was founded, when it was still the OSS, has used religion in order to manipulate people to achieve its goals. And yes, people think about what's happening in the Middle East now, but it was even used in Vietnam. I didn't know before I read this book that there was a Christian component in southern Vietnam that America used to, galvanize momentum for the war. That's how America originally got its citizens on board for the war. It told Americans, the crazy Vietnamese Buddhists from the north are sticking chopsticks in the ears of Christian kids from the south who love capitalism and Christianity. Like, this is literally the story that they told Americans. So it's been a tool to manipulate people, and AI just makes it more efficient because you can control the messaging a lot better. AI can come up with quick responses, and it can make you think it knows everything if you don't know any better. So it's dangerous to see where this could be heading.
Well, look, I mean, we're still focused on the part about the people who write the code are the ones that are going to set a precedent for this, when there's a whole nother problem. The whole other problem is that we've seen enough examples by now from ChatGPT. We've seen the whole OpenAI thing. We've seen the Anthropic problem. The problem that comes up is that the thing starts lying on its own. It's tested, and then it knows it's being tested, and it passed the test. As soon as it's not being tested, it lies, and it keeps lying. Yep. And does this really have to do with who's designing it? Jay, you're saying that that's important. Who's designing the code is in charge of setting the precedent. But if this thing is doing its own, making its own determination on how to its own survival, right? Isn't that is where we cross the line into Skynet, Terminator 2 area? And I think we might already be there, because if you have a thing that you're saying, oh, it'll correct itself. Really? It sounds to me like it's going to continue to improve on the deception, improve on the manipulation, and probably put people, these Dr. Frankensteins are going to be like, it's alive, but oh my God, I created a monster. And that might be where we're headed. We might already be there. And so you talk about churches giving us our divine interactions. That would be the next logical thing to be concerned about, is now those entities are manipulating and lying on their own. They're saying, how do we pit Christians and Muslims against each other? How do we create new wars? How do we do this using people's faith? And so the thing itself is making these decisions, not the people who designed it. So what do we do then? I mean, it sounds like we're completely screwed here.
Well, I think we also have to ask ourselves, how true is that? Because there's a lot with AI. There's always the issue of accountability, right? Who's responsible if AI says something causes a problem? Is anybody responsible? Is it the person who wrote it, or can the person who wrote it say, I'm sorry, I can't be responsible, it just made this decision on its own, right? So there is a level of plausible deniability that if you have AI and you want to do all kind of diabolical deeds, then it benefits you if you can get everybody to believe that AI just acts on its own. So you then program it to think a certain way. We'll use that word, think, charitably, to give out certain informations, etc. And then when it does that, you say, oh, it did it on its own. So the question becomes, as long as we're like, okay, nobody's responsible if it does it, and is it really acting on its own? Mm-hmm. Or is it not acting on its own at all? And as long as they can create that belief that everybody out there believes it's acting on its own, then nobody's really accountable, because it's a machine. And then we can just say, well, it did that. So, that's crazy things that AI does. And we can debate whether or not we should or shouldn't have it. But then we don't ask the question, well, maybe they're just lying. Maybe AI isn't as free thinking and clear as they want us to believe. And maybe part of it is to get us to believe that, so that they can then do all kind of crazy stuff that we would think no human being would do. But they do it, and they're like, hey, we wouldn't do that. We're humans. My God, we told you AI was nuts. Yeah. I don't know. That's just a theory. It's not even a theory. It's a possibility.
I hope you're right, but I know we've had examples of CEOs of high people getting blackmailed by the technology with things that don't exist. Like the thing makes up things to blackmail people, and these are people in high up positions that are part of the creating team. This is right, Jay. Am I on? Do you remember that? Or
I do remember that story, but at the same time, right, I always think that whoever's controlling these AIs do have a kill switch. So that doesn't mean that it doesn't do things at times that are unexpected, but we really don't know the motivations behind that company, right? And assuming for a second maybe Garland Nixon is right, maybe there is an unspoken agreement amongst these AI creators, or maybe it's, you know, a spoken agreement that we have to make people believe that AI is unaccountable. So they may put together little stories like that to give us that impression. But, you know, I do have to say both things are possibilities, but I lean more towards the likelihood of the oligarchy wanting to do a bunch of crazy stuff and then blame it on AI after it's all said and done, so they don't have to be held accountable. I lean more towards that than a straight up Terminator scenario where the designers of the AI don't have a kill switch that they can use to actually shut it down if it does something they can't control. And let me just give you an example of how I think we've already seen something like that happen, right? So I'm coming more and more of the opinion that Trump's intent in the war in Iran has never been to win, but to destroy the Gulf oil infrastructure, to enrich American companies and put more power in the hands of America, because now America is better able to weaponize oil as a geopolitical tool to accomplish its goals, right? So I'm coming more and more towards that conclusion, and I think we're actually trying to goad Iran into destroying the other oil infrastructure in the Gulf by all the actions we're taking right now. And what better way to mobilize the Iranian people than to, number one, start out by killing their leader and simultaneously kill 170 schoolgirls as they're doing it, right? That happened on day one. And what did they say? It was the Palantir targeting. It wasn't us. It was Palantir who did that. And yeah, so there was even a double tap. I don't know if you remember that.
It was more of a double tap.
Yeah, it was more of a double tap.
We saw reports of triple or even quadruple tap that it occurred.
I don't remember how many, but they tried to blame it on the AI. So they know that it's unpopular for us to go into a war and lose it, obviously. But if they can blame their mistakes and these things on AI, it gives them, you know, like cover for doing these things. So that's why I lean more towards them using it as a shield, although I acknowledge the possibility, you know, that it could go rogue. I just think, in my opinion, they're always going to build a kill switch into it because they don't want to be in a position where the AI turns on them and starts to put out narratives, hypothetically, that could be in favor of the people. Because I truly believe that I know that the facts are on the sides of the people. So if AI is actually being objective, then the oligarchy is in trouble. So I think they maintain that kill switch for that exact reason, in case the AI decides to get truly objective and not abide by the rules.
Well, they better be careful, because that kill switch might have a little indicator on it that says Samson option. So we want to make sure they don't press the wrong button, or maybe it's the same button. I don't know.
I do. And I'll say this. I've always been skeptical of that Samson option thing. I've always been very skeptical of that that's the crazy man syndrome. You know, that's the me and you stand side by side, and I say, you better do what we are asking, right? I'm a reasonable guy, but my buddy right here is totally nuts. He's insane. He's out of control. I can't control it. So I've always felt as though that Samson option was to get people to be afraid that when it came down to it, you better do what Israel wants. When it comes down to it, you better be afraid of them because they're crazy people. They'll do, you know, at that point, if that were true, if it were true, wouldn't the international community say, okay, that's it. They got to give up their nukes. You know, the idea that they literally have a believable policy that says I'll end the world, and all these other countries would just say, okay, yeah, let them keep the nukes, even though they're illegal. I suspect there would be a much greater push to denuclearize Israel if everybody really believed that was true. I'm skeptical of the Samson auction.
Have you guys seen the show Paradise on Hulu? I promise it's related. Have any of you seen that? It's essentially about an underground bunker that was designed by a tech billionaire where they could go during a Holocaust, but they had a town of about 30,000 people, right? Because they didn't want to be there alone. They wanted to make it somewhat like real life, so they still had people to control, right? And what wound up happening at the end of the show is, I don't mean to spoil it, but I just got to make a quick point here. So what happened at the end of the show is people found out, they were being bullshitted and led along, and they realized that there was actually life happening on the service that was being hidden from them, and then they faced a coup. So I said that to say, I don't actually believe that these oligarchs really want to live underground because it's probably like, if it's only them and they have robots, they have no one to control. And if they have a large enough amount of people, like, it's also going to be hard to control those people. So in order for them to go through with the Samson option, they have to be comfortable living underground or in space. So, I personally don't think, I don't know, I could go either way on that. But again, I lean more towards what Garland is saying, because you have the hold me back effect. You better do what I say, otherwise my friend here, I can't hold him back. There's nothing I could do with him. So just do what I say and I'll keep him cool. So,
well, there's three options there, Jay. It's either they had to be okay with living underground, living in space, or having their brains survive, and that's, they already have it all ready to go. That is the out for them, the brain survival. Forget we don't need our bodies anymore. We got eternal life. We don't need the adrenochrome anymore, guys.
Right? Yeah.
We don't have to drink that blood anymore. We're good. We got the eternity right there for us.
We got our own matrix to live in.
There it is. Garland, thanks so much for being with us here today. I always appreciate our conversations. I'm glad the three of us could get together on this one today. Let everyone know on our channel. They know you're on YouTube. Can you tell us real quick? Because I know people are talking about your Twitter fight. Where are you on the Twitter fight right now?
Well, initially I had at Garland Nixon since 2009. And then one day I got an email that said, hey, you need to create a new password because there's been problems. And I created a new password. I still couldn't get in. And then it said, we're unable to verify you as the owner. And I'm like, you just sent me an email that said, create a new password. Now you say you're unable to verify me as the owner. So at any rate, but they didn't have any problem still taking the money out of my account. So they are unable to verify me as the owner for at Garland Nixon. They emailed garlandin@gmail.com. They take money out of an account owned by Garland Nixon, but for some reason they can't figure out who owns that. So bottom line, I just let that keep happening for a number of reasons. But I started anew just to see what would happen. The THE Garland Nixon. And so far and I verified that too. So now I think I'm the only person. I have 2 verified accounts, and I paid for both of them, except I can only access one of them.
Okay.
That was actually when I first came across you, Garland, because it happened during COVID, right?
Yes.
You went off with the COVID narrative, and that was how I actually heard about you, because you were one of the few people on the left telling the truth from the start. And then all of a sudden your Twitter went down, and it's never been the same. And I think I was actually on a Twitter space with you one time, but you had to go on someone else's account because you were locked out at the time. So props to you, Garland, for being the first person to get banned from Elon Musk's free speech Twitter. So congrats.
Well, guess what? I got thrown off before Elon Musk came on, bought it. And then that was the first time. And then Musk came on and he said, anybody who hasn't done anything wrong will be allowed back on. Boom, my account appeared back. And I'm like, wow, Elon Musk let me back on. A few months later, I'm back off. And Musk is now shown, I mean, it's, the same thing. It's just, okay, you can say something about ivermectin now, but you better not say anything about Zionism.
You
That's all it is.
you were always the person people would cite when they would say, no, there isn't real free speech on X. You were the main example that people would cite, because Elon did have that narrative going for a while that he brought true free speech out there. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, when he tweeted out that my pronouns are fire Fauci, everyone's like, yeah, you show him. I'm like, fire? What about Jay? Like, so he won't even fight that battle. Like, jail, man, jail, mother effer, man. Come on, fire. Yeah. Ooh.
Look into at least say investigate. You know, it's like the Trump thing now, with Trump's going to go after all the people that went after him and all the people that did all the whole Russiagate stuff and all of that. And every now and then Tulsi Gabbard will come out and say, yes, we're looking into some more people that did Russiagate and I'm releasing some stuff. They ain't going after nobody.
No, no one's going to jail.
They doing nothing, zero with all
no one's going to jail. Spoiler alert, everyone.
They're his best friends now. Like half the people, Paul Singer, Lindsey Graham, all these Russiagators, all that. How about this? He hates the people who defended him with Russiagate, and he tosses them to the side and attacks them like Tucker Carlson and people that defended him.
Yeah.
He attacks them. They're low IQ idiots, and the ones that were behind Russiagate are his close advisors.
And on top of that, Garland, I don't know, you know, where you're at on the Butler assassination attempt, but I personally don't believe it was real. And Trump hasn't actually done any investigation, you know, into the people, despite all the red flags. Everyone could see what was going on that day. Either the Secret Service did a terrible job and they wanted to assassinate him, or he was probably part. Well, I think it was staged and he was part of the plan the whole time, and that's why he's not investigating it. So.
Has he forced the FBI to tell us how many FBI agents were at January 6th? I would have thought they charged him with crimes about January 6th, unless that was all a fraud too. They charged him with crimes about January 6th. And then he gets in. If I'm him, the first thing I'm going to say is, I want to know how many FBI. I want everybody to know what happened. Release everything we got. I'm going to make myself look good. Has he touched anything? Nothing. No. And that leads you to believe, you know, a lot of this stuff. He comes in, and these people tried to take him out with January. Oh, we're going to go after the people who did this. Nothing. Nobody. Nobody. He's got Cash Patel over there dancing around.
It is actually WWE now. It's official.
And by the way, doubling down on when it's totally okay to call half the people of the country domestic terrorists when you don't like the way they protest. So he doubled down on the other direction, and then you got the left going, "Oh, why are you jailing people? You know, in this sending Americans to what, or sending people to what was it, to El Salvador?" So all this stuff about like, so we're just gonna beat up on the other side and then beat up on the other side, and nobody is gonna say, what the hell are we doing? And so he could have done all those. He could have said, hey, we're going to set a new precedent. We're not going to treat Americans like this, regardless of their political affiliation. We're going to give them the right to for protest, the right for free speech. No, all out the window. It's all theater. It's all bullshit. We're
going to shoot him. That's what under Trump, hey, let's just go ahead and shoot him. Well, let's not go through all of this foolishness of charging him with a crime. Let's just put a bullet in him and drag him away.
If only Alex Preddy and Renee Good just stayed home. Ah, where did we hear that one before? Stay home, stay safe. You're a danger if you go outside. You should have stayed home and listened to what they told you and wait further instructions. Remember,
2 weeks.
We just switched it.
If they'd have just waited 2 months, then we could have beat the curve there.
Yeah, beat the curve, or the ice curve.
Big government is okay when it's acting on the ideas that you agree with. That's when big government is okay. It's allowed to execute you if you disagree with conservative ideology or whatever they describe as conservative ideology.
Hey, Garland, so thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate the conversation. And yeah, that's how we'll keep it going in the future. Any last words for us?
I'm just trying to flatten the curve, buddy.
You're
That's all I'm trying to do.
it.
Flatten the curve.
Love it.
Thank you, Garland.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Okay, take care.
Later.
All right. Great
He's a
combo,
legend, man. He was the first guy to prove Elon Musk's Twitter is not actually free speech. You know, you got to give him that. So
yeah, I'm really glad. Should I turn off his? I should probably turn this. How about this? Let's do this because I know we're on his YouTube as well. We're multi-streaming. I can tell people if they're still watching because I'm sure he's going to probably set up another one on his channel. so I can turn off his. And if you guys still want to watch, because we got some more show here on the Homeless Left, and you guys don't know, we've been on our Rumble channel. I can do that, right? I can tell them to come over to ours and turn, because he might have another YouTube going on anyways, right?
You got choices. If you watch his now, then come back to ours later. So
what I'm saying is he kept it. It's still running on his channel right now. So I'm going to turn it off and tell people, come over if you want to keep watching the Homeless Left. We got some more show for you guys. So come on over our channel. If you're on Garland's YouTube channel right now, just head over to THL Presents, and it's the same exact feed. It's called a multi-stream, because I saw some people commenting on it earlier. They were like, why is this on 2 channels? Well, this is what we do this sometimes in the spaces. We do multiple streams. When guests come in, we double stream it. I do the same. When I go on with Garland, I'll double stream it to this channel right here. So I'm going to cut his feed off now and welcome people over to our channel, or they can stay with Garland if he's going to start another one. I don't know what he has set up there, but I'm just going to do that. So I'll go ahead and remove it, and we'll see you guys on the Homeless Left. Don't forget, and if you don't come over now, just bookmark it and then give us a subscribe so you'll know when we go live again, because we're here Tuesdays and Thursdays every week all afternoon. So I'll go ahead and end that one now.
We have the economic update coming for you guys right now, which is important because some major information actually has come out earlier today. So
we have some breaking news. Jay Scott, Matt Weinglass, Homeless Left. We're going to get to it here in just a minute. We'll see you guys on our channel in just a bit, or you can bookmark it and watch it later. But breaking news coming to you guys. Garland Nixon. Thank you so much, Garland, for being with us today. We'll see you in just a second. Okay, I think I did that correctly. I didn't know if that was appropriate to do that when he was, but I didn't know. I don't want to take away if he has a different show going on. But yeah. So because when he leaves, it was still going on. I can see the controls here, and so I guess he could have ended it himself, or I just did it anyways. I want to keep it chill. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We do have some breaking news, don't we? Let me make sure if we don't have any. I'm gonna put a couple of the super chats real quick, and then we'll get the breaking news. Did you put it in the doc, Jay?
I believe so. I'll drop it in there right now if I haven't.
Okay, that'd be cool. Just put that in there. I'm gonna just do a couple of these. We got from Citizen. We love you, man. Kim Iverson's on fire. America first, begging Iran to get A. What is this? Get A. Man, it's hard to read your. Okay, but I get your sentiment. This is Kim Iverson is on fire for sure, and we love her. We're hoping to have a dialogue with her soon and get combine our shows or have her on or go on there. Yeah, we love the work she does. Here's one thing. Thanks for that, Citizen. Here's another. PDFs ain't smart, but they sure can count to 218.51. Ha ha. We do appreciate, Matt, Jay, and Garland. Yeah, the three of us. Oh, look at that. He's got 2 emojis for each of us. Which one? Wait a second. If I'm Weinglass, I wonder which one of these is Jay and which one is Garland.
Well, I got the glasses. Oh, wait, Garland Nixon.
Oh. Yeah.
Wait, does he wear glasses? He does wear glasses too. I mean, I don't know. Never mind. So, but I gotta say, these are some unique shades right here, or some unique glasses right here. So I gotta think the glasses are mine. So.
Well, hopefully if people moved on over here. Okay. I think we can get started here. Okay, great. We're here, guys. Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott. I'm Matt Weinglass. We're going to be on for another couple hours here. We're going to get into some economic chaos here in a minute. But first, it does look like we do have some breaking news. And I did see some of the comments from Garland Nixon show. We just had Garland Nixon on, which was awesome. I did see that, yes, that they had also reported this, that you found this story, Jay. So I'm setting this up now so we can make sure the people, if they haven't heard yet, and when we can't completely fact check it. Sometimes you guys know we got to put like a little a little question mark on the story because we're still having to fact check it. But this is a new deal here. Okay, I'll go ahead and play the opening because we like our little news news jingle when we have breaking news. So let's do it. Here we go. We have some breaking news here at THL Studios. It looks like there might be a quote-unquote ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. What is going on here? Is this something happening here? So apparently, and let me share the screen here so we can see this story. We have. And Jay, you just brought this to our attention. Appreciate it. Let me bring this up, and then you can maybe walk us through this. Okay, here it is. Make sure you can read. Let me make sure you can read this. Okay, so it looks like that President Trump says this 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel will begin at 5 p.m. Eastern today. Okay, this is what he put out on his True Social just about 2 hours ago. If you want to read this for us, Jay.
Sure. So Trump says, I just had excellent conversations with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun, who Hillary Clinton also loves, by the way, don't forget that, the president of Lebanon, and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. EST. On Tuesday, the two countries met for the first time in 34 years here in Washington, D.C., with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I have directed Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Rubio, together with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Raising-Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. Get it done, President Donald J. Trump. So Mr. Peacemaker does it again. And you know the funniest part about this ceasefire, Matt? Israel was supposedly fighting Hezbollah, not the army of Lebanon. Hezbollah wasn't even part of the ceasefire agreement that they have just come to. So it's kind of like they're negotiating with themselves again and then congratulating themselves on achieving an agreement with themselves. So that's kind of the situation that Trump is announcing right now. And for those who are unaware, in Lebanon, Hezbollah does not answer to the Lebanese government because they have considered the Lebanese government to either be complete sellouts or partial sellouts since their founding, and that's why they established themselves. So when Iran coordinates with people, in Lebanon, they usually coordinate with Hezbollah because, they consider Hezbollah to be the real resistance, to Israel. So Israel essentially just negotiated with one of its puppets and said, yeah, we got a ceasefire agreement with the people we weren't fighting, but who happened to be in the same country as the people we were fighting.
This is part of that theater. We were talking on the last show, Jay, about, we brought the Hillary Clinton narrative that, hey, you might want to try working with Israel might want to try working with Lebanon currently because they're on the right side. But this whole thing might have been a ploy from that there's no actual ceasefire. They're just maneuvering their way to more occupation, and they're just going to do it with the current leadership that Hillary Clinton is saying, she's signing off. These guys are cool. We can work with them. Israel should do that. So is it, and then Trump can take credit and say and at the end of that tweet is just so dumb because he's like he always is saying 9-10 war. What are you talking about? So this is just this is just more theatrical optics I don't think, and then of course we know the word ceasefire doesn't have any merit anyways when it comes to Israel with anybody. So I don't know if there's much here except another theatrical moment, WWE moment of Trump.
Market manipulation too.
Yeah,
Because
there you go. There you go. Market manipulation.
Every single piece of good news that Trump announces sends the S&P 500 up temporarily, and then people realize it's bullshit, and then it comes crashing down like the next day after. But guess what, Matt? A lot of people don't realize that people make money when the stock market goes up, of course, and when it goes down. So people make less money if there's steady, predictable growth than when there's wild volatility and a lot of up and down. So this whole situation with Trump has enriched people in his inner circle more than most people can imagine. So the more time goes on, the more comfortable I am saying, and this is not by any means an endorsement of the Democrats, because I think Trump is supposed to be there and the Democrats lost intentionally, but I have confidence in saying that Trump is the most corrupt president like in American history in terms of how much money he's made for himself and the people in his immediate circle. Not saying there hasn't been a ton of corruption with Obama, Bush, Clinton, and all of them, but I truly believe the amount of money that Trump has made for himself and his inner circle gives him that trophy, because his own his own son's business went from making, like $50 million the year before he got into office to it got into the hundreds. It was like nearly $1 billion dollars within Trump's first year. So the amount they've enriched themselves is off the charts. And now this market manipulation is just another level to that.
So I was trying to see a follow-up from Trump here on this story, and this one, Stu Peters tweeted this. This is insane, dude. This is the theater, and I think you're right, Jay, about the market manipulation part of this. He's actually going to tell us here that there's also a ceasefire with Iran that's coming up right now. Check this one out.
As soon as the war is over, we're going to be lower than we were 2 or 3 years ago. So I want to get back to that. We had to do something. We had to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. And we're at that. They've agreed to that. They've totally agreed to that. They've agreed to almost everything. So maybe if they can get to the table, there's a difference. They agree. They're going to get to the table with a pen. We'll have that over with. And then we can focus on our great economy. And also, I inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, the worst inflation in the history of our country. I'll get it down to a very low number. We had it to a very low number, and it's still low. But the most important thing right now is to make sure Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. I would go to Pakistan, yeah.
Matt, why won't you agree that AI is not all good? Oh, wait, you've been saying that for the past several years, right? And of course you know that AI is not all good. Iran has been saying for the past couple decades it doesn't want a nuclear weapon. It put out a religious decree that it doesn't want a nuclear weapon. The new guy came in after we killed his father, his wife, his sister, his child, all this stuff, and he still didn't change the decree. Iran has never come out and said that it wants a nuclear weapon. They've always said they don't want a nuclear weapon. And now Trump is acting like this is somehow new information and this is new news. So he isn't saying anything new. That's exactly what Iran has been saying for the past several decades.
Man, this is it. And the people do we ever put ourselves in the position of Iran? Like, how the hell would we feel if we just had this other foreign country come in, murder family members of our president, just take people out? We have to replace like let's say we had to replace George Bush Sr. with George Bush Jr. like back in the 80s, or you had to we had to make it, and then we're not allowed to have weapons. Oh, okay, that's cool. We're not mad at you. We'll make sure this new regime will be more cooperative with you because you just killed our effing dad of the It doesn't make none of it really makes any sense. I don't know if enough Americans put themselves in the position of being bullied and treated this way, and yet they still have the courage and the humility. It's such an interesting piece of humanity that we miss here, that they're able to do this. Yeah.
The only way you can explain it is the American exceptionalism,
yeah.
like theory, right? Where we're allowed to do it because we're always good. And whenever we have an issue with someone, it's because they're wrong. That's the only way you can justify it. And like on its face, Iran has never overthrown our government. We've overthrown several governments, like in Iran, and we've put gigantic sanctions on their country. We've crippled their country in many ways. They have and obviously I don't agree with this, but they have more justification to attack us directly than we don't have justification to attack them directly. And that's just the truth. So like, I just wish that people would look into the actual history a little bit, because once you do, it's hard not to root for the little guy here. And thankfully, most people do actually recognize that we're in the wrong right now. But, I guess there's still a couple people left in MAGA who are defending this decision.
Okay, so this is from Netanyahu, or AI Netanyahu, human or AI. This is directly from him. This is put out by RT, and I just want to I'm trying to understand why Trump is tweeting what he is tweeting. If Netanyahu is saying,
always looks so fake. Like you see the flag, it always looks so fake.
Yeah, there's something off about this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep calling him AI Netanyahu because it's fun, but like it's because they can get away with it, and no one, like, he can have 6 fingers one day and a tea, a cup of coffee that doesn't spill another day, and it's just in a ring that disappears. I don't like, it's just whatever, man. I'm not gonna believe it till he appears in the White House again, and even then, I still would be like, let me look
they
closely.
Have masks, Matt. Come on, man.
Yeah.
They have really lifelike looking masks. But go ahead.
So let me narrate. Is this on? Okay, this is on the screen. Okay, let me narrate this one here. Because this is in Hebrew. We have an opportunity to make historic peace agreement with Lebanon. President Trump intended to invite me and the president of Lebanon to try and advance this agreement. This opportunity exists because since the War of Independence, we have fundamentally changed the balance of power in Lebanon. We dismantled the beepers. Oh my God. We destroyed the massive stockpile of 150,000 rockets and missiles to devastate the hills of Israel. We eliminated Nasrallah, and this balance has shifted in such a way that in this past month, we started receiving calls from Lebanon to hold direct peace talks between us and them, something that hasn't happened in over 40 years. I welcomed this call and agreed to a timeout, or more accurately, a temporary ceasefire of 10 days to try to advance the agreement we began discussing during the ambassadors' meeting in Washington. For these peace talks, we have 2 demands. First, the disarmament of Hezbollah. Second, the sustainable peace agreement, peace through strength, to achieve the ceasefire. Hezbollah insisted on 2 conditions. The first condition, Israel must withdraw from all Lebanese territory up to the international border. The second condition, a ceasefire under the framework of quiet for quiet. I did not agree to either of these conditions because they're not acceptable. We're staying in Lebanon. A reinforced security zone. This is not the 5 points that existed before the Lions Roar. This is in the security zone that starts at the sea to Mount Dov and the Harmon foothills up to the Syrian border. A security zone 10 kilometers thick, which is much stronger, much more robust, much more than solid than what we had before. That's where we are, and we're not leaving. And I'm gonna call my daddy. Wow. Holy crap.
I mean, but you see what I'm saying though, right, Matt? Because you remember how I introduced this story when I explained that Israel was never at war with the Lebanese army. They were at war with Hezbollah. They are seizing the place where Hezbollah mostly lives, because they are throughout Lebanon, but they're based in southern Lebanon, closer to Israel's borders because they're the people that are most affected by what Israel is doing right now. So the people who they're actually fighting have not agreed to a ceasefire. And they did give them what seems like pretty fair terms. The terms were leave our land that is agreed upon international borders. And I forget what the second one is, but that was the main one. And Israel said, nah, we're not going to leave your land. Like the finance minister is on TV talking about how great it is that they're making headway on the Greater Israel Project and they're seizing more land in Lebanon. It's just the same slow creep that we've seen since Israel was established. Because if you look at the maps that show you what the difference was between Palestine and Israel when it was established versus today, you can see, Israel starts out having maybe a third or a quarter of the country. Now, Israel has 90% of the territory there. And it's been a slow creep over time. And what we're seeing now is the same pattern emerging in Lebanon and Syria. If you call it out, you're anti-Semitic, but they're free to talk about it in Hebrew over there. So I'm surprised, I guess he even tried to sound nice since he was speaking in Hebrew, but I guess, he's trying to be political right now. But, just
all you got to do is fast forward to the end of that. And he's saying, no, we're staying. Yeah. I mean, there's not really a polite way to, we're staying. F you, mother. So this is, I just changed the headline. It's no longer, this is the breaking news. Trump announces fake claim on True Social that there's a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. Netanyahu just says, no, hell no. We don't agree to anything. Yeah. F that.
He announced a ceasefire with someone he wasn't fighting. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, right? Yeah. So
they were not fighting the Lebanese army.
So here we go. What is this about? This is optics for what? Market manipulation. It fits his brand. We know his brand well. Shock and awe. Throw it all out there. It's putty at a wall. See what sticks.
Because guess what, Matt? Now, if Hezbollah tries to take back some of the territory that's been seized from them, Lebanon broke the ceasefire. Now Israel is justified in bombing the hell out of Beirut and innocent civilians because they're not going to send their ground troops in to actually fight Hezbollah. Every time they do that, they get their asses handed to them. So, it's simply them setting up a narrative that they're the peacemakers, but these brutal savages who, are, religious extremists, they just won't accept this peace, this just peace that we're all trying to get to. That's the narrative that they want to create.
And this is the ultimate goal. We already know what the goal is. This is Gaza. It's a parking lot. Maps, we've seen that. So
can't believe
that. Yeah. So and Trump never has to be held accountable for these lying tweets. And more than that, never has to be held accountable is you're clearly not in charge of anything, dude. You just Netanyahu, AI Netanyahu is in charge. Clearly, that's what we're watching. We're watching a guy saying, nah, we're staying. All right, guys. Yeah, let's. I know we are a little over on time, but we can do the economic story before you go.
Let's do it. Yep.
Okay. Let me just load this up here. I got most of this ready to go here. Let's see. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay, guys. We're talking economics, but it's like this is a time that we're living in where it just seems the entire structure, the global structure, the economic foundation, everything is just coming undone. It's just just falling to the ground. The oil problem is it's the one people are looking at, but the entire thing has just been this kind of free fall. And when we understand how the stock market's been manipulated, The money for war is always available. Always. You never have to find a way to pay to kill someone, but we can't find a way for healthcare. And now we're at tax season. And this is where you stick it to the American people. This is where you let them know you're the one that has to step up, or the IRS is coming for you. And it's the little guy. It's not the billionaire, millionaire class. It's the little guy that suffers. This is I think I'm going to start this story here, Jay, to remind people what Trump said earlier regarding healthcare and daycare. Well, he told us that we weren't allowed to have it, or we couldn't really afford it. Why couldn't we afford it? Well, because we're too busy. We're too busy killing people, right? Priorities. Okay. Yeah. And the priority is not the American people. It's never been. Let me just grab this. Oh, shoot. I don't know where that went. Well, he said this. He said, we don't have money for daycare, for healthcare. Meanwhile, this is happening. I don't know if you saw this, Jay. This is happening right now.
University hospital employee claiming security had just wheeled a woman all the way out to the corner of Hancock and Ali, just off hospital property, dumped the elderly woman out of the wheelchair on the sidewalk, and left. Minutes later, we shot video of her, still in a soiled hospital gown and slippers, breathing hard under a blanket placed over her in 36-degree weather, her stuff in a bag next.
So what we've grown up with here, and this is tragic to see, that the hospital is doing this, because we're at a point where we just can't put people's lives first, Americans' lives first. It's profit margin. This person can't afford shit. That we're celebrating a DoorDash driver who gets somewhat of a fake tax break so she can afford to give her husband cancer treatment, which he probably got from all the poisoning that pharma and big food has done. And the grandma's supposed to work, and Trump is celebrating that. Meanwhile, telling us that we can't pay for people's freaking healthcare, but we can pay to murder schoolgirls in Iran. None of it makes any sense. And then when we come back to the political hemisphere, and we're at tax day, we got a lefty who is considered by the right, considered a total full-blown communist. We know he's not. I'm talking about Mamdani. And here we go, Jay. We're right back into left versus right. How dare you with your communism? But Mamdani is trying to do something here with his position of power. So let's hear what he did on tax day, since we're celebrating. This is IRS day. Protecting the billionaire class, protecting the millionaire class, while the rest of us suffer. Mamdani had this to announce that he brought to New York. Check this out.
For mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate, but who don't actually live here. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little bit more than others. Happy Tax Day, New York.
Yeah, and before we discuss this, Jay, just like clockwork, we saw the MAGA nut jobs, this particular one who used to be a former shitlib, now turned MAGA Zionist. Well, she's always been a Zionist apparently, but here you go, Dr. Emily Wolf, telling us this is so not a New Yorker attitude. People come to New York from all over with dreams of scaling every height. Class hatred is not an indigenous vibe to our city. Oh my God, class hatred. Are you freaking kidding me? Uganda, in contrast, is a rigidly hierarchical society with little social mobility, and with people like Mamdani at the top. So this is like, obviously this is the battle we've grown up with, and none of this is theater. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I want to hear your thoughts on what Mamdani's doing. We didn't think he was going to be able to get much done at all. It's just more of a kind of a Obama kind of situation, a feel good kind of candidacy. But he is doing something here with this tax initiative, correct?
Yeah. First of all, and before I get to Mamdani, I want to just focus on the country that she chose to compare us to, right?
Yeah.
Uganda, right? Okay.
Yeah, right.
You want to talk about social mobility? Before the pandemic actually kicked off, if you look at the numbers, the correlation between a father and son's earning in America versus other developed countries, we have the least social mobility of all of our counterparts. So why are you comparing us to a third world country whose governments we have controlled and manipulated and overthrown for the past several decades, if you want to talk about social mobility? So I just had to throw that in there real quick. But in terms of what Mamdani has actually done, well, again, if you go back to the social mobility, which Naomi wants to talk about, what we see is that in social democracies that try to ensure a minimum standard of living for even their poorest citizens, there's actually more social mobility. So what Mamdani is doing is copying a few of those strategies that, take a little bit of pressure off people in some of those other countries. Like in Europe, they get childcare in a lot of countries to help them out with that. So if we're complaining about the birth rate in America, why not make it easier for people to actually have children? And it seems like that's something Mamdani is doing. So in terms of the actual policy you just mentioned, my one critique, if I had any critique at all, would be that he also should have paired that announcement with a specific initiative that he was going to put some of those funds towards, so people can actually visualize what the money's going to be used for. But her framing makes it seem like Mamdani is coming down on New Yorkers, but the truth is he's literally taxing people who do not live there and are just using this real estate as a second home. And guess what, Matt? That's a huge part of the reason why real estate over there in New York City is unaffordable, because billionaires from all over the country and all over the world want to park their money in the New York real estate market. So they can cry and whine all they want about these taxes. But the truth is, the reason why California and New York are the economic engines of the country, and Texas too, but Texas sits on a natural resource. New York and California have invested in the people there more than other states. And that's why New York and California are the economic engines and the centers for innovation largely, in the country. So you got to give credit where it's due. And those billionaires can cry and complain all they want. They're not leaving New York because it still has, that talent. And they'll be all right. Paying a little bit of extra tax on your second home, I think you'll survive, if you're a millionaire. And that's why I love, I don't think we'll have time to get to Warren Buffett's comment itself, but what Warren Buffett said, on tax day was he just paid $5 billion, in taxes. He has no problem with that. And if other billionaires and corporations were to do the exact same thing he's doing, instead of figuring out all these creative ways to dodge their taxes, then regular working people would not even need to pay taxes to fund what we want to do in the country. And he points out something so meaningful that I really want people to absorb this. The right frames taxing rich people as punishing them for their hard work. That's how conservatives sometimes frame that. The truth is, billionaires have benefited a lot more from this country than any of us. So if you benefit more, why wouldn't you give more back? That seems like common sense. So, think about that, and the marginal utility of money, which essentially means every dollar you earn makes that dollar worth just a little bit less to you. Because if Bill Gates was to stop and pick up a dollar bill that he dropped on the floor, the amount of time it would take him to bend down and pick it up costs him more money that it's not even worth it. Whereas if you or I drop a dollar on the floor, we're going to go pick it up. So, marginal utility of money is a concept I wish more people were familiar with.
Yeah. Well, after the Warren Buffett one, we have this from More Perfect Union. This is what middle class Americans can expect to pay as $900 more in taxes under Trump, and many red states will see over a $1,000 increase. So the top 1% can expect 117 billion in tax cuts this year. One part of their 1 trillion reduction over the 10 years, because of trickle down. Remember that whole thing? That's still a thing. That's still a thing on the right. They still think those poor billionaires, they would treat us better if they just had more access to their money. They would give it to us. It's so weird. While major corporations dodge taxes this season, the bottom 95% is shafted with tax hikes brought on by tariffs, of course.
Yeah.
Man.
And one thing I want people to realize, right? Because I want to keep going back to that point about billionaires benefiting more from this country. If all of these same people were born in other countries, like if you were born in Mexico, Jamaica, Haiti, wherever it is, and you grew up over there and you're just born into the average family over there, the truth is you have less opportunity to make money over there compared to what you have in America. So America is the reason most of these people, have gotten all this money. So you can't say that you're punishing someone by asking them to contribute back a little bit more from something that gave them the ability to even make that contribution in the first place. So you're literally paying back into the thing that made you what you are, because none of these billionaires would be billionaires if they did not have the opportunities that America presents to them. So don't feel guilty. Don't buy into this conservative viewpoint that you're punishing hard work, because it's also a progressive tax system. For the first 100,000, you pay the same amount that anyone who makes 100,000 or less pays. Stuff you make over that, you might pay a little bit more. So don't let conservatives guilt trip you like that. And obviously, I do think, you want to do it within reason. You don't want to tax people 100%, once they pass $250,000, but literally nobody's proposing that. The most extreme tax proposals I've seen gain any traction in this country is the idea that billionaires should not exist. And I don't even consider that extreme. That is relatively popular, and you can easily make that argument. And you could really make an argument that people should be taxed at 100% for anything they earn over $1 billion. I don't see too much of an issue with that. So I just want people to really consider, what it means to be a billionaire and the difference between a billionaire and a millionaire.
Well, I don't think the phrase earning anything over $1 billion is accurate, because you didn't earn the original billion to start with. So it's setting a table of something that's not real. None of it is real. So we don't actually need laws to prevent billionaires. What we need is to stop breaking laws to create billionaires. That's the thing. More you look at it, you actually don't need to push, because the right, they get so, oh my God, you're gonna punish people that worked hard. They're not working hard. They had governments turn their backs and then use them as basically vessels to push their diabolical agendas. And that's why you have these handpicked people, these Bill Gates and these Larry Ellisons, not to mention your tech bros, right? Your Mark Zuckerberg's was handpicked. He wasn't just trying to impress a girl in college. He wasn't just a nerd who worked hard or had a good idea. He was handpicked to funnel in the surveillance state. So you guys know, that's how billionaires are created. They're propped up by governments. It's very mobster, like, we're going to turn our backs while you make money on the casinos, and then you can pretend that you worked hard to break laws. Where other people break laws, you end up in jail. So let's just understand that concept. And you're right. If for whatever reason, Jay, that they have an excess of $1 billion, yeah, tax them all. And that money should go 100% back to the people, back to the actual society in which they propelled out of, not to war, but whatever. We can't have, we can't have
make no mistake, they need a market to sell to. Like, they have to sell their products to somebody. So like, I simply don't understand like how they can't see that their greed is actually self-defeating, like in the long run. So, but I guess it's more about power actually than money for them.
So we have what Trump gloats about, and this goes back to when he tells us that we can't afford healthcare, we can't afford, childcare, we can't afford anything because we're too busy killing people. The American exceptionalism, capitalism. What it's about is it's a war economy. That's what this is about. It's about a war economy. And so, for Megatron, Trump administration is now asking automakers, GM and Ford, and other American manufacturers to start weapons production, reminiscent of a practice used during World War II. Interesting.
I called it. You remember I said it, Matt. Now, I did get something wrong. You know what I got wrong, Matt? I assumed that in order for Trump to do something like this, that he was going to go through the trouble of trying to manufacture some consent, like for doing this. And in reality, what actually wound up happening is the government has realized that we're so passive. So even if we don't agree with what Trump is doing right now, we're not going to do shit. So he don't have to go through the trouble of manufacturing consent to take these extreme actions. He can just do it, and he's not going to face consequences immediately. And the worst that'll happen is the Democrats, take office, in the midterms, and the Republicans lose control of the House. But that's not really a problem if you guys work together behind the scenes anyway. So I was wrong because I assumed that they would need a false flag to justify doing something like this, but they're just going forward with it. Like, they're just transforming all of our factories. Like, we're already somewhat of a war economy. They're just doubling down on that more. And now they're taking control of the few parts of our economy that aren't geared towards war, and they're transforming that into war. So let me ask you, Matt, what do you think is going to happen if we invest all of our production capacity into war? Do you think that maybe would incentivize people to go to war a little bit? Is that a possible consequence of this action? I don't know. What do you think, Matt?
That's I think exactly what you're onto here, Jay. And this is the World War II mindset. It's your patriotic duty to be pro. Everyone. World War II. That was the everyone's in. We're all in it together. That was the origin of we're all in it together. We're all doing our part. Yay, freedom, right? And so when you have these companies with incentives like that, absolutely, it's going to put everybody more in a position where they want the more the war, the bigger the war, the more profitable it is to the companies, to all the to all the people involved in the companies. They can say, hey, look at all the jobs, because it wasn't that what that was about, the World War II reference, isn't that? Look at all the jobs, look at all the opportunities, and then when the war was over, look at the boom in the economy. So that was the whole point, is that you get these auto manufacturers, you get them to be participating in the weaponry and all that stuff. So that's the whole point. Yes, of course, the incentive is going to be there to keep pushing war.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys, this is something that I really wish wasn't true, but Alex Karp, mentioned several years ago, I think it was 2023, 2024, something like that he expects America to be in a 3-front war against Russia, Iran, and China by, 2028, 2027, something like that, before 2030. He expects a 3-front war. And now, I was just listening to the Duran a little bit earlier, shout out to those hosts over there. They do some great geopolitical analysis too. I was just watching, their show earlier, and they were mentioning that this blockade that is being put on Iran is likely targeted, towards China. And it's not really about hurting Iran. They're really trying to poke China in the eye. a little bit more. So I just I'm not gonna lie, Matt, I just don't see what the end goal is completely here, because like China produces the rare earth materials that are needed for us to build our defensive weapons. So and from everything I've read, it doesn't sound like it's possible for us to produce these rare earth minerals within the next 5 to 10 years. It's going to be at least that before we can produce it ourselves. So is the intention really just to start this war and lose? Like is that really what their plan is? And then if so, how is that going to affect their ability to roll out the surveillance state? Because all that takes those rare earth materials. So, I really got to think about where they're taking this. And it could be that they want China to run it. Maybe they do want China to run this new beast system, because China is being positioned as the good guy right now. So maybe that's what we're in for.
Yeah. So I have this other one that you put near the end of the file here. This just in. Former Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson calls on U.S. authorities to prepare for a vicious bond crash.
And if you could put up the other picture, because these two go hand in hand, because this is the reason why Henry Paulson just made that announcement. The other picture shows that the Federal Reserve just made the largest purchase of short-term treasuries in its history. So I want to explain to people what that means. Imagine you have a 10-year loan. The principal on that, aka the amount you borrowed, was $100,000. You were going to pay $200,000 in interest over that time. What is happening is because America has maxed out the credit card, and the people who want to sell those loans because they don't want to hold it anymore are having trouble selling it. So the Fed is coming in and buying those loans, paying off the whole $200,000, and then issuing more loans to pay for that, which means they're paying more interest. So every time they do this, it results in more inflation. So, the fact every time you see that headline, the U.S. Treasury, just bought back their own debt, or the Federal Reserve is buying back, the debt, it's just different forms of inflation. All they're doing is they're taking out more loans to pay back the loans they already have. And they're doing that, again, because they're having trouble selling their loans on the open market. So that means investors and people who follow the money do not trust America's ability to pay back the loans that we're trying to take out. So it's an extremely bad sign. And the fact that people of that stature, are speaking out, it shows you that something big, is coming very soon.
Yeah. Well, this story ain't going away. It gets worse every time we cover it. So we'll
and lastly, right before I leave, I want to remind people, as of now, the price of fertilizer is up, I want to say 75%, since the start of the war. That means the cost to produce food. And don't think it just affects vegetables, because all the meat that people eat, it has to be fed these vegetables in order to, grow the cows and the chickens. So the price of fertilizer has gone up 75% since the start of this war. So not only is our currency being devalued, but the cost to produce all of these goods is going up, because a lot of the non-organic crops that we're eating is grown with fertilizer that comes directly from oil. So, and that's just one example. We've spoken about the helium before. There's a lot of things that are happening right now, but what's important, I think, is for people to realize that if there's anything at all that you can think of to do to make a difference and to help stop this war, if you have the ability to lead a protest, if you know, one of your senators, if you have any ability to try to stop this from happening, now is the time to do that, because the consequences, if we are able to goad Iran into destroying the Gulf infrastructure, are going to be devastating. So,
yeah. Well, thanks so much, Jay, for the great work today. And chatting it up with Garland Nixon earlier, it was awesome. And always appreciate you being part of this, what we're doing here in this space, man. Let people know what's going on on your end.
Yeah, no, appreciate you, man. You know, I actually just got a new Twitter handle. Twitter gave me the ability to change my own handle, so now it's no longer JS Ascension. It's a lot easier. The J Scott, easy to spell.
The J Scott
rolls off the tongue. So you know, that's my new Twitter account. If you're not following me on there, give me a follow. Let me know what you thought about the show. And most importantly, if you're looking for ways to push back and you don't know which way to go, I'd encourage you to look into the We the People Party, which is a decentralized party that is all about taking the power that's concentrated in the DNC and the RNC and distributing that power over what the party does to the people inside that party. So our executive boards are actually administrative boards in the We the People Party. So check out www.wtpnational.com if you're looking for a way to get started, and never underestimate the power of going on strike and civil disobedience if you have the ability to organize something like that. Let's stop the war and let's hold the Epstein class accountable. With that, I'm out of here, Matt. Appreciate you as always.
Awesome. Thanks, Jay. See you next time. Jay Scott, everybody. It's the Homeless Left. We're here with you guys this Thursday afternoon. We've had some great conversations already with Jay, with Garland Nixon earlier. You can always go back and watch our replays, our live replays. We do keep them up on our Rumble channel and on our YouTube channel. These days, the new YouTube channel is kind of working, but you know, the numbers have been up and down. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. We don't know if the shadow banning one day and then not the next. But when you guys come on, you do come on, and we see all the engagement. This is the channel. If you don't know yet, if you came over from Due Dissidence, we love you. It's on Rumble, but you guys can also follow us on this YouTube channel. If you came from Garland Nixon, you can also check the subscribe button. That's actually more important than the like, is actually the subscribe, because then you get notifications when we do go live. And we're here every Tuesday and Thursday all afternoon, giving you guys non-tribal approach to news, but a non-tribal approach to life in general. How do we look at the world? How do we go about our day? How do we make sense of things? Those are the questions we're asking. You guys understand that we're doing this together. It's a community. It's not a tribe. We are non-tribal. Our friends and family might still be tribalists. We call them tribalists. It's not condescending to say that. We're just putting them in their place. They called us conspiracy theorists. They called us Putinists, anti-vaxxers, although that one's a fun one, but they called us anti-science. They called us all sorts of things. They call us anti-Semitic. That's their favorite one right now, isn't it? Isn't that that's the go-to right now, ain't it? But no, we don't care about the names. But we're being real when we say they are tribalists, which means they're got that cultish behavior. And when they're ready to wake up, they'll wake up if they do. We're here. And if you just woke up recently, welcome to what we're doing here in this space. We're fighting the oligarchy. We're fighting the duopoly. We're fighting the warmongers. We're fighting the pedo class, the baby killers, the baby eaters. We're challenging them at all levels. The Western war machine, the Greater Israel Project, the big pharma, the billionaire psychopaths who think they can live forever, and then we all have to die. We're Lindsey Graham, who says the Iranians were born with a purpose to die, to be killed by us. It's insanity. So we have to fight that at all costs. We're not playing red team or blue team. We're playing human team, right? That's the team we're on. Team human, team humanity, really. That's what we're doing. Okay. Welcome. We're going to move forward here in the we got actually some more show coming up here. We're going to be right back. I'm going to give you guys a little 3-minute breather where you can go grab a drink, snack, go to the bathroom, return a text or two if you need to. You might have been DM'd a little bit there, and you can focus on that. And we will be right back in 3 minutes with an all new HOLLYWOKE. We got another HOLLYWOKE for you this week. It's This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Plus, we're going to get into that. You might have heard about from Jay and Garland earlier in the show, a reference to Pete Hegseth and a Pulp Fiction fail in one of his speeches where he referenced a Tarantino line from Pulp Fiction and thought it was from the scripture. We'll be covering that story as well. Plus, an all new loudest voice of the week to wrap up the show. And we're going to be talking to you as well. So we have a lot of stuff coming up here. Talking back, get your comments on the screen. That would be super chats on YouTube, Rumble rants on Rumble. We'll get to you even if you can't do a super chat or a Rumble rant. If you're not able to do that, we still will see you, and we'll try to get you guys heard and seen, and we will respond to you too. And that's in talking back as well. So hang tight, and we'll see you back here. If you don't have to return any text, enjoy this little announcement, little commercial or ad, or what do we call it? A PSA from good old Dr. Trump. And we will see you guys back here in 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Suffering from a serious life-threatening illness? Has your doctor told you you're probably going to die? My name is Dr. Donald Trump, and I have helped millions of patients with conditions just like yours. Cancer, heart disease, ALS, you name it. Conditions your doctor said were untreatable. I've seen them all, and I fixed them all. I use an advanced technique that the cheating medical establishment don't want you to know about. The results are, frankly, incredible. Nobody gets results like this. They're the greatest results.
They gave me 6 weeks to live, but then I called the hotline and was healed entirely through the phone.
I was clinically brain dead, and my wife was about to pull the plug when the doctor saved my life.
If you or someone you love is suffering, don't wait. Don't let the corrupt medical establishment tell you what's possible. Call 1-900-NOT-JESUS today. Let's make your health great again.
It's This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Oh boy, we have a problem. There's a little problem here in Hollywood. And it's called Jew hate. And it's not a joke, guys. It happens to many people here in Los Angeles. People going about their day, celebrities, if you will, good people just trying to make movies and be famous, and they experience a lot of Jew hate, and it seems to be the thing that we really need to focus on as the number one problem. RFK Jr. says it's the number one health concern in the college campuses. He's told us that, but we're concerned about our industry here, the entertainment industry, which everybody knows is the most important industry on the planet. And if you live here, you would understand how important it actually is, because everybody who's anybody on the planet worships celebrities. As you know, they're the greatest people on the planet. So with that said, let's get into the article that just came out here. It's pretty bad. Really bad here. Actually, hold on. Wrong one. Here we go. This is, where did it go? Here we go. Yes, indeed. Here is, froze for a second. Okay, we'll edit that in post, and we'll bring up the article. Here we go. From punchlines to death threats, Jewish comics are no longer safe in Hollywood. And there's a concerned Jerry Seinfeld. He looks very concerned right now, and he should be, because he's dealing with a really big problem right now. Well, let's get into the problem. What is it? Well, like you can tell by the picture, there's nothing funny about what Jewish comics have faced in the post-October 7th world. One of the first targets was Jerry Seinfeld. Not like citizens and innocent people and babies and mothers and families in Gaza. They weren't targets. But Jerry Seinfeld was a target, arguably the least offensive comic of his generation. Oh, wow. What irony. A guy who's not offensive because his comedy is so bland, apparently is a target of hatred. Okay. So Seinfeld has endured repeated interruptions while on tour and in public from pro-Palestinian disruptors, as he should, because he's, as we know, 100% Zionist. Okay, roughly 2 years ago, he attended a Barry Weiss-led event dubbed State of World Jewry in Manhattan, where protesters jeered at him, calling him a genocide supporter, which he is. So that's accurate. Should they have been interrupting? Well, it depends on what you think about protesting. You have a right to do it. You have a right to protest. You could be escorted out if you're interrupting a live taping of something, I guess. But yep, so everything checks out so far. The legendary comic later faced on-stage harassment. He was able to take the heckling in stride, as he did when mocking protesters in a June 2024 appearance in Sydney. So he just mocks the people, calling him a genocide supporter. Well, good for him. Way to take the high road. So this is his response to a heckler. We have a genius, ladies and gentlemen. He solved the Middle East. He taunted one agitator. Then, in a serious aside, he added, it's the Jewish comedians. That's what we have to get. No, you're wrong, dude. You're wrong. Not Jewish comedians. I guarantee you, if Seth Rogen went on stage right after you, he'd get cheers from those people. Why? Because Seth Rogen has said, I was wrong about, I was taught a lie about Israel. I was taught a lie in Hebrew school. He said, F that, F Israel. He said that. So, like, it's not because you're Jewish, dude. It's because you are a genocide supporter. You are a Zionist. So the continuing attacks haven't silenced him. Last September, he spoke out at a Duke University event where he compared those screaming Free Palestine to the KKK, which he did. And also during that same speech, he admitted that he had basically everything handed to him as a Jewish comedian in New York. He actually admitted that he didn't really have it hard. And that was actually his little speech he was telling his students, the ones who stayed, the ones who didn't have the courage to get up and leave because you had a Zionist psychopath speaking at your college. A lot of people got up and left. Good for them for leaving. The people that stayed, he told them in that same speech, what did he tell them? He said, admit that you haven't really had it that bad, and be proud of the things that you've achieved, and be proud of the things that you haven't had a hard life. So he said, yeah, don't, I admit it. He goes, I've had everything handed to me in Hollywood. It's actually a pretty easy place, specifically coming from New York, specifically as a Jewish comedian. So he told them, yeah, embrace the fact that you aren't actually a victim when it comes to your careers, which he told these very highly educated college students who, some of them just weren't too smart to get up and leave, which, obviously they wouldn't all leave. So that's Jerry Seinfeld's mindset. At least these shows went as scheduled and the star wasn't in physical danger. However, Jewish actor, comedian Michael Rappaport, I don't know why they call him a comedian. This guy's not funny at all. He's not even, I don't know. He's not funny. He's an actor. He's not funny. Cannot say the same after several nerve-wracking appearances. He's on the show Atypical. His tour was derailed in both Birmingham and Chicago. Both venues cited safety concerns for the cancellations, including death threats. Really? Death threats? Okay. Yeah, there he is. Poor old Michael Rappaport. He has it so hard. So hard. Well, the media, they just seem totally uninterested in the obvious anti-Semitism. What? Anti-Semitism? No, we're talking about two guys who outright support apartheid and outright support genocide. They choose to do it. It's not because they're Jewish. It's not because they're Jewish. Period. Again, Seth Rogen isn't having this problem. He's just not having this problem. Guess what? All he had to say was, this shit Israel's doing is fucking insane. So no, it's not obvious anti-Semitism. Here we go. When a black celebrity receives death threats for, say, race-neutral casting decision, the news spreads like digital wildfire. Well, yeah, because that sells a lot of that whole you cast the wrong person in the role. There's nothing to do with this. That has absolutely nothing. And then they meant the person writing this article mentions this actor who was cast in Harry Potter on HBO, and they changed the race to a black character instead of a white character, and people that has nothing to do with this. It's absolutely insane. So people are going to argue about casting the wrong person, which actually also isn't racist. It's just people being sticklers on the thing they recognize in a character. That's a whole nother discussion. It's nothing to do with whether you are pro let's murder babies in Palestine, because if they grow up to be adults, they're going to become terrorists and kill me. So I need to murder them in their crib. That has nothing to do with what race an actor is cast in a Harry Potter series. Just to be clear, completely different topics. Okay, so why didn't the press recoil over the death threats to Rappaport? What death threat? What are you talking about? What was the context? So you gave us the context of the people upset about Harry Potter casting, but you're not telling us what the death threats were here. You showed us Jerry Seinfeld getting heckled, and then basically, and it's not really, it's just you genocide supporter. So, and then Jerry comes back at him and says, you think you solved the Middle East. Okay. So what death threats are you talking about? Anyways, so the effort failed to, they can't, okay. So they say Antifa led effort to cancel what the hell Antifa led effort to cancel the comic show? Huh? That effort failed, but local police scrambled to protect patrons after protesters antagonized patrons and set off fireworks near the venue. Oh, and that caused a problem. And I guess that's maybe the fireworks were considered the death threats. I don't know. I'm not following this death threat thing. Okay, here are a couple other comedians. Rachel Krieger and Philip Simon. They lost their gigs because the feeling of unsafe. Got it. Really unsafe. Okay, I get it. You feel it's the same justification for murdering Palestinian babies. I feel unsafe. I feel when they grow up, they're going to kill me. So I have to. So it's a feeling. We're going off a feeling. Got it. Krieger shared on a Jewish news platform that many Zionist performers have faced anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism. Let's get this right. Zionist performers have faced anti-Zionism in the entertainment industry. That's how you should be reporting it, but you're not. Okay. I've seen threads on social media targeting Jewish performers and warning them that Zionists are not welcome. So you're admitting right here that it's Zionists that aren't welcome, not Jews that are not welcome. So you're admitting it, yet you still are calling it anti-Semitism. Zionism is a choice. You can be Christian, Jewish, you can be atheist, and you can decide to have a mindset of Jewish supremacy. Anyone can have it. You, like I said, atheist and Christian also can have mindsets of Jewish supremacy. That's an actual thing. Lindsey Graham is a Zionist Christian with a mindset of Jewish supremacy. Bill Maher is an atheist with a mindset of Jewish supremacy. So quit it with the Jews are being targeted. They're not. Zionists are being called out. That's what the story should be. And that went out. That was from New York Post. That went out everywhere in the trades here in Hollywood. And I just wanted to share that with you guys. That's, again, the garbage that we're being fed is the thing of the thing of the thing that we should be most concerned about over anything else right now is Jew hate. That's what the author of that article is saying. Seinfeld was mentioned. Michael Rappaport was mentioned. For those who don't know, now you know. Just wanted to remind you guys of what these people did to cause people to want to protest them at their events. Here's Jerry Seinfeld at a baseball game.
My brother's watching from the Gaza border. I got a video for him. Yeah, he's on the Gaza border staying up late at night to watch. I got a video for him. Let's go, man. Let's go IDF.
Let's go IDF. Yeah. Murder those people. Kill them all. Flatten that place. Flatten that entire strip, man. Yeah. And put on their clothes after you kill them, ride their tricycles around. Go IDF. Mock them on your social media. Yeah. Well, also in that article was mentioned what? That Seinfeld sat down at a Barry Wise event. It was heckled during it. Well, what was he trying to do at that event? Oh, he was trying to have an emotional moment. Here it is. We found the emotional moment for Jerry Seinfeld. Because I'm sure he can articulate. He's the guy, he's a writer, comedian. He Seinfeld show. He can articulate, he can figure out in a space where he can be a little more, prepared than just go IDF. Let's see what he comes up with. He's got to have something cool ready, right? Like one of his little bits before a Seinfeld episode starts.
Israel.
Yes.
Since the war started. How was that trip?
The most powerful experience of my life.
Really?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Why?
You just.
Are you thinking of someone in particular?
He's got nothing. He's got nothing. That's it. That's what he came up with. What is the thing you can't say? What is the thing? Is it that? What are you thinking about? What's going on in your head, dude? Maybe he was having a flashback of this. Yeah, that's Jerry Seinfeld bringing his whole family to the West Bank, occupied Palestine, where they have these little recreation camps right on stolen land where they can pretend to fire at Palestinians. That's what they do. They hang out with IDFs. They take selfies. They all get a chance to hold the gun, and they also get to fire at targets and pretend they're murdering Palestinians. I'm not kidding you. He did that. He brought his whole freaking family. He might have been having a memory of this one because this was a big moment for him. Look at, right? He's like, yes, kill. Go IDF. Go IDF. Yeah, baby. So there it is. And that's the wokeness part, right? That he's on this comedian side of things, the family side of things, right? He's the guy that as even the author of the article earlier said, he's the guy that's the least offensive guy. Really? That's the least offensive guy? His act is the least offensive? Go IDF? Okay. I guess that's the world we're in right now. Well, we can't end this segment without a little trip down memory lane with good old Rappaport himself. This is an oldie but a goodie, where he explains that he can't help it. He can't help that he's superior. He can't help that he is chosen. He can't help it. So effing deal with it. This is called Jewish supremacy. If it was a white nationalist doing this, it would not be okay. But for some reason, he can do it as a Jewish supremacist. That's what he is.
Jewish people are the chosen people. We Jewish people are the chosen people. But just because you're not Jewish doesn't mean you're not dope. Doesn't mean you're not fantastic. Doesn't mean you're not brilliant. Doesn't mean you don't have all the rights, capabilities to every single thing that the world offers. You're just not chosen. There's so many other things that you are. You're just not chosen. I don't know why people get so upset because the Jewish people are chosen. We are chosen. Look it up, Google it, read it, Chat GPT it. It's a fact. But it doesn't mean you can't be plenty of other fantastic, great adjectives, adverbs, pronouns, and nouns. You're just not chosen. I'm Israel.
Yeah, you're goyim, and you can do a lot of things at the bottom of my feet, kissing my ass, you freaking slave. There's a lot of slaves that can, you know, find purpose while you kiss my feet. You effing you lower the rung, disgusting goyim you. But you can figure it out. You'll figure out a purpose as you worship me, the chosen one.
Israel high. 55 hostages remain in Gaza. 55 hostages remain in Gaza. It's 20 months.
This was back when 20 months. 55 was really so. There are no more hostages, and you still are doing your thing. So that's all bull. You know that's all bull. You guys know that's all bullshit. You know that's all bullshit. So there it is, guys. This is what is acceptable today. This is what acceptable. It's acceptable right here in HOLLYWOKE. We call it HOLLYWOKE. This is totally cool. But white supremacy, hell no. Which it shouldn't be. Any supremacy is it's effing insane to be like, I can't help that I'm better than you. And then at the same time, I'm going to turn around and play victim and say, why is everybody interrupting my set at the live show? I don't understand. Well, because you support genocide, you want to kill innocent people, and you want to yell and scream at people too. So there's no you got to choose. You can't be the superior and the victim. But for some reason you found a way to do it. I don't know how. I don't know. All right. That should do it for this week in HOLLYWOKE. And I got to fix the screen here. And let me fix the setting before our next segment. Let's see if that works. Okay. Just finding a different setting here because it looked like I was going a little bit. Okay. Okay, cool. We're clear now. All right, guys. We have one more segment here before talking back, and I'm just going to jump right into it. Let me just jump right into it. This is, I mentioned earlier. Hold on, let me do this. Okay. Yes. Jay Scott brought this to my attention, and we didn't have time to cover it with Garland Nixon earlier. But I felt like it was worth its own segment. So let's get into it. Okay. Here's what happened, guys. Here's what happened. Pete Hegseth had a little oopsie in his one of his speeches where he thought he would reference some scripture, because as we know, this administration loves to combine church and state and make every military action a holy action, a crusade, if you will. God is on our side. He's against our enemy. We know the drill. So you got to quote scripture sometimes, but this time he might have skipped a step in cross-checking his scripture. So let's see. RT put this out. So Pete Hegseth quotes a fake Pulp Fiction Bible verse in the Pentagon prayer. And why are you doing a Pentagon prayer in the first place is pretty insane. But Pentagon prayer, everybody bow your head and pray to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who the people were fighting for don't give an F about. So you know. So I guess, and RT says, Pete Hegseth, I guess he thought he can outdo Samuel L. Jackson's performance. Is that what's going on? I know they're being facetious. They don't really think that Pete Hegseth was intentionally trying to imitate Samuel L. Jackson. Well, let me show it to you. They edited this. Somebody edited this with the performance of Pete Hegseth right next to the performance of Samuel L. Jackson. Check it out.
So the prayer is CESARED 25:17, and it reads, and pray with me, please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of camaraderie and duty shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
I couldn't tell. Did he put the gun? Did Hegseth put the gun up at the crowd? He might have been able to wake up the little girl that was sleeping. That she was like, "Oh God, get me out of here." She was like, "Oh, get me out of here." I don't know if he got the gun action correct. But that's what happened. That's what happened. I'm under the impression. This is I'm guessing here. I'm under the impression that Hegseth, his problem was he might have used an app or an AI, and he got tricked. He got tricked by his own speediness, as you will, the speediness of let me grab something. I'm not so convinced that he said, "Give me the speech from Pulp Fiction." Well, unless maybe that's where he said, "Hey, I want to reference a cool speech from the Bible. Can you give me something cool like a Tarantino, like kind of maybe he might have given a prompt like something like the Samuel Jackson one." And because the AI isn't being smart or honest or something's off with it, right? We know there's something off with this AI tech right now. We covered that story on Tuesday when we were talking about the ChatGPT. Not that it lies to you, like it tells you things about that aren't true. And so maybe that's what happened. Maybe he got the information. Oh, here you go. Here's that script. Here's that scripture that Samuel Jackson was quoting, and it failed to tell him that it's not actually real. And here's what we know about it. When you ask Grok he probably didn't go to Grok originally, because Grok, he says, "Can you please tell Pete Hegseth that most of the quote comes from a 1973 Japanese karate movie," which we know Tarantino was a huge fan of, old karate films, Japanese karate films. Hey, yeah, got it. Okay, Pete, the Ezekiel 25:17 passage you quoted and adapted for aviators isn't from the Bible. Real verse is much shorter. So Tarantino mostly lifted it from the opening of the 1973 Japanese karate film Karate Kiba, aka The Bodyguard, starring Sonny Shiba, who is, I believe, one of Tarantino's go-to references every time in every film that he has to reference a classic Japanese karate film. It's Sonny Chiba. So there it is. That's what happened. Now, this takes me to the next part of the story, which I think is even more important, because we're talking about Tarantino. We know, we all get a feeling, right? When we see a scene, the Samuel Jackson scene, I'm sure all of you guys watching it, you were thinking, it's bringing me some memories. There's a little adrenaline rush. And you start thinking about Tarantino's other films, the Reservoir Dogs, but maybe the war ones. You start thinking about Inglourious Bastards and that Jamie Foxx one. What do they all have in common? It seems like, especially his later work, well, all of his work has one thing in common, and that is revenge. And for some reason, he got an entire American audience, world audience at that, Western audience, to go along with this revenge, which is actually the exact opposite of karate, which is nothing to do with revenge. Just so you know, it's interesting that Tarantino's films seems to be in reference to karate films, inspired by karate films. Yet whether it's what Jackie Brown or Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, all karate, all inspired by a particular art form that isn't about revenge and anger and beating the shit out and rewriting history and killing Hitler and brutally taking people apart, right? In the Jamie Foxx one, which the name's slipping my mind. There's a bunch of them. They're all the same. You destroy the human. You just rip people to shreds out of revenge and vengeance, right? Okay. So let's go a little deeper on the Tarantino part, because I want to know why we're having those, like why that triggers some sort of sensory reflex there, right? When you see Samuel Jackson doing that famous bit. So this is what we're really talking about. This is what we're really talking about here. Quentin Tarantino calls Israel his home, and he says he'd die as a Zionist. Well, now things are starting to make sense, right? About all his films. Tarantino and his wife are firmly settled in Israel, calling the country their permanent home. In a recent interview with Channel 12, his wife shared insights into their family life in Tel Aviv and how the famous Hollywood director handled living through the war with their two children. It's not really a war. It's an occupation and a genocide, but okay. Go on. When asked if Tarantino had considered leaving Israel for safety, his wife was clear. Absolutely not. First of all, Quentin takes it the easiest way in the world. Most of the time, he wouldn't even go down to the shelter if I didn't tell him. He isn't afraid. Really? Try spending a day in Gaza. How about that? See how that feels. See how that feels. And not you're gonna say, oh, those Hamas, they're gonna kill me. No, you wouldn't have to worry about Hamas killing you. You'd have to worry about Israel killing you if you're in Gaza. That's the problem. So he doesn't. Okay. So anyways, so Tarantino's not afraid. He once said something funny. He said, if something happened, I'll die a Zionist. And I said, well, okay. And she added that the decision to stay during the conflict was never in question. It was during the conflict that Tarantino said, we'll be here. It was clear. Well, how do you like that? How do you like that? Tarantino, self-proclaimed Zionist, and you can see it in all his films. And here he is on an appearance on Bill Maher. And just keep in mind, this is before October 7th, but it really shows you how two atheists, because Tarantino is actually an atheist like Bill Maher, and you can see, and we're talking earlier in the last segment about the mindset of Jewish supremacy, and anybody can have it if they choose to. And these two atheists are having a good time doing it together.
You have a kid and you live in Israel.
Yeah.
I mean, did you become a Jew?
No, of course not.
Well, don't say it like that.
No, I'm not going to be that guy that marries an Israeli. I'm like, and then like does the conversion.
Okay, it was not an unreasonable question when someone moves to Israel.
Okay. No,
but your wife.
My wife didn't become a Christian either. All right, but I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist.
Right, great, me too.
But it's like L.A. If L.A. was really, really tiny. If Los Angeles County, you could ride around on a bike in like about 4 hours, it would be like what Tel Aviv is like.
Well,
so in that section, and he goes on in that section, discussing the comparisons between L.A. and Tel Aviv, and the part that isn't said is, of course, it's like L.A. because we have the same mindset of Zionist community that lives here. Much worse than Tel Aviv, but he's saying he feels at home because here in Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Westwood, Brentwood is covered with Zionists. So that's what he means by feels like LA. Exactly. Like, but just more condensed. LA, we're really spread out. This is more condensed. And you're safe too. By the way, you're safe. Don't pretend that you're being targeted. But yeah, we kind of pretend here too that we're being targeted in LA. We pretend all the time that we're it's unsafe to go outside when it's unsafe to go outside. Okay. Well, sometimes it is, but we know who it's really unsafe for, and that's Palestinians, and that's in Lebanon, that's in all the other, in Syria, in Yemen. That's where it's unsafe because of Israel. That's why. Okay. Next section is the most important part. Here we go.
I mean, Israel would be, I mean, a lot of your movies center
Yeah.
on the idea of revenge.
Yeah, yeah,
Which is one reason we love them so much. I mean, you have a great way of pulling the arrow back.
Right,
And when you fire it, it is just so satisfying. I mean, this is the revenge capital of the world.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is Bill Maher celebrating with Tarantino, and a lot of people, and I'm guilty of this, you might be guilty of this, celebrating, well, more for me, his earlier work. As time went on, I was like, are you kidding me? How much more revenge do we need? It's pretty twisted because it doesn't ever get to a conclusion. All of his movies have the same problem. They're designed to make you feel that feeling of eye for an eye, but you're creating a lot of it. You're just creating it. You're playing hero because it's convenient, and you put the camera on you and you make yourself the hero, and whatever character we're following, whether it's Uma Thurman or Jamie Foxx or Brad Pitt in Inglourious Bastards, we're gonna go kill some Nazis. I'd like to see Tarantino, which he'll never do, but why don't you go kill some Nazis in today's climate? And by Nazis, I mean genocidal IDF members. That's what I'm talking. That would be cool. Why don't you have Brad Pitt do that for you? Because I think Brad Pitt might be a little embarrassed by his what he was representing now with you. Maybe not. He's cool. I know you guys get along, and he did the Hollywood Once Upon a Time movie after that as well. But I don't think Brad Pitt's not a Zionist, but he played this character, which is incredibly ridiculous that we would all go and cheer at a fictitious alternate timeline story of celebrating murdering the shit out of people, but yet the same people we can't turn around and look at what are the consequences for the IDF, what are the consequences for Israel. There doesn't seem to be any. So we get to have this imagined, what if we could kill Hitler and all this stuff, and blood and guts everywhere and explosions and knives and cutting people up, and we're cheering for the person cutting up the other person. That's what he's able to achieve in his films. So even that Pulp Fiction shot. Let's look at that Pulp Fiction shot one more time.
So
just the end, so you guys can see this iconic shot. Let's check. Let's do some self-evaluation here and check ourselves and ask ourselves: did we have an adrenaline rush? And were we cheering for Samuel Jackson here, or were we saying, what are you doing, you effing psychopath? How did we respond to this? Was it cool because he's wearing a tie and he's like a hitman? He looks cool, and John Travolta's cool, hanging out in the kitchen, looking at a suitcase with a light shining out of it for some reason. Was this cool? Because it's not cool. It's not cool at all, and it's designed as it's brainwashing garbage to make us root for the guy with the gun because of what? Some sort of religious scripture quoting. God wants me to do this right now. I can't not shoot your ass in the head right now because it's been written. It's been written garbage. So let's stop cheering this shit on. So yeah, Pulp Fiction being accidentally quoted as scripture by Pete Hegseth, one of the biggest warmongering psychopaths we've ever had in this Secretary of War position, actually makes a lot of sense. It actually makes a lot of sense because he kind of aligns very, very closely with Tarantino, and we're no longer going to align with that ever again. No, never again. Right? Never again. Okay. We are ready for you guys now. So let's go ahead and get going on that. I know we always run over. But what I'm going to do today is, okay, we're in good shape. We're in good shape. We're in pretty good shape here. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're just going to wing it. I don't really have much to set up. I'm going to wing it with you guys here. And we'll do about 20 minutes with you guys here. And then we have we do have one more awesome segment for you. We got a loudest voice of the week that we saved for last, and I know you guys are gonna love this one because it's long overdue. It was probably the one thing we couldn't get to earlier, which I'm glad, because we wanted to do the segment on Tuesday, but I saved it for this is loudest voice of the week. It's most appropriate that it's the last thing we do this week before the weekend. Okay, so we'll get to that in just a moment. First, we'll do this. We will talk to you guys in talking back. Leslie's not going to be with us this time. She generally will come in on Thursdays. There is a reason, and she'll probably talk to you guys about it next time. But she does say hi to everyone, and I know she's been in the chat. So we will have that discussion, and it does have to do with her father, and you guys know that story is still ongoing, and he is back in the hospital, back in the emergency room with his blood clotting problems and kidney problems and all these things that pharma has done and the vaccine has done to a lot of people. So he's toughing it out. The guy's a fighter. He's pretty effing cool. My father-in-law, he's a effing fighter, and she's with him right now over by the bedside, being his number one advocate, her and her brother, number one A and number 1B advocate for him, which is the only reason he's here, is because to have a medical human beings that know the medical the arena be at his side. That's the only reason. And most people don't have that. They don't have that luxury of having a family member that is versed in the medical arena. And so you don't get that. You have this conflict that happens between doctors, nurses versus their patients, because you don't have that connector with a family member that can speak the language and understands all of the little maneuvers and the profit models and all the different little fake outs. And let's load up on this drug. Wait a minute, that might not be a good drug. Why are we doing that one? So this is the thing, and it's too bad more people can't have that. So our whatever you guys do, thoughts or prayers or just good vibes, sending over to Leslie's dad's way, and we'll hear more about that next week when we see her back on the show. So wanted to let you guys know that, and for now, I'm gonna handle it because I can wing it on my own. Here we go, guys. Time for some talking back. Get your comments ready. Rumble and YouTube. Here we go. It's talking back today. Welcome everyone. It's been a great show today. We've been calling it It's Hell on Earth. We had guest Garland Nixon here with us, co-host Jay Scott. We're talking about the AI takeover of churches. The technocrats have been pushing AI into the churches. Pretty crazy stuff. We've had a horrible vote in the U.S. Senate against stopping arms sales to Israel. Who would have thought? Meanwhile, protests in the Poland MP arena. Poland's MP puts out an Israeli flag featuring a swastika, which got a lot of backlash from his Jewish constituents, but definitely made an impact on the world population because we ain't doing anything like that here in the States. So whatever you can do with your position of power, we appreciate making those bold moves because that's what's needed today. Trump accelerating 6G deployment, which is absolutely insane. And we've been looking at the chemtrail situation there. Tax day, Mamdani, tax the rich. A lot of conservatives upset about that. Meanwhile, we got people that can't afford healthcare. Why can't they afford healthcare? Because Trump told us we don't do healthcare. All right. At least he's telling us. The Dems pretend that they're pushing it. No, we don't do that shit here. We do bombs and murder and targeting innocent schoolgirls in Iran. That's what we do. We don't have time for freaking healthcare. Okay, so that's where we're at. That's where we're at. So yeah, a lot of big show here. Let's start from somewhere. We were somewhere near the top here. Jungle Jared, thanks for tuning in. We don't need law. Wait, you quoted me here. That's pretty cool. I haven't seen this before. You quoted me. We don't need laws to prevent billionaires. We need to stop breaking the laws that create billionaires. Holy shit, I think I did say that. Thanks for timestamping that for us, Jungle Jar. I'm going to remember it. And you guys, anybody watching, you're free to use it. I'm giving you my permission to use the quote because I think there's something there. And it did come off the top of my head. I honestly didn't see my name. I thought I was reading a quote of that someone else. But hey, every once in a while, we get something on our own here. We share what we share, and then every once in a while, it comes from the heart. So I appreciate you pointing that out. I didn't even remember saying that. So, yeah, that was the tax discussion. Indie News. This is cool, man. Thanks for coming in. We love you, Indy. I think I threw this up earlier in the show, but this is why we don't trust people like Naomi Wolf, who attacks Mamdani. Indy says anyone who advertises that they have 8 bestsellers in their Twitter name is desperate at selling bullshit. And to continue that, she's a reactionary cunt who only gets off on people talking about her and yelling about the bullshit she spews. To me, she's invisible. I'll tell you guys, and I know Indy probably knows this for sure, but if you guys don't know, check out the debate Naomi Wolf had with Derek Bros. Derek held his own. Very calm, very cool, very collected. I couldn't have done that. You know me, guys. I go off. I ain't going to sit here and listen to that shit. Derek kept the poker face, kept it cool, and he called out her bullshit. Even though she yapped a lot about her Zionist psychopath ideas, he kept bringing it home and explained hopefully to her audience, explained about how American imperialism works, how capitalism actually works, and how the Greater Israel Project works, and even cited 9/11, and she didn't want to listen to that stuff. No. It was 19 hijackers with box cutters, so shut your freaking mouth. How dare you with your Israel conspiracy of 9/11? I much prefer my Iraq and Afghanistan conspiracy. That's a better one. That one sits better with me. So your conspiracy sucks. Mine is much better. I like mine, the Bin Laden one. You know, the one where he secretly sent people who like to bring passports with them on domestic flights. And they're indestructible passports. You don't need a passport on a domestic flight, by the way. I don't know what that was, but yeah, there you go. So Derek Bros, great takedown of Naomi Wolf. Let's get some other stuff going. I'm going to go back a little before that. I missed this one. Citizen, we always appreciate your super chats. I missed this one earlier. What do we want? Bob Pap? Your show, your call, Matt. Let me look at that. Not today, Citizen. But thank you for always giving the good suggestions. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, let's circle back. We did have Due Dissidents give us a little they call it a Rumble raid. We always love it when that happens. Problem with this Rumble raid is it happened right before we started the show, and I saw that, and we were just about to start the countdown at the top of the show. And what happened was, we got the raid, and I was like, oh my god, we didn't even start the countdown. So there was a lot of people in the waiting, and we're like, oh, please hold on, we're about to start. So, but we appreciate you guys that stuck around. And if you're still watching now, very effing cool. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, ChatterX, 6G chess. Love that reference. That's to the 6G is what Trump's pushing right now. But he's playing 6D chess, so just say 6G chess. I love it. I want to remember that one. That's a good one. Yeah, and Jungle Jared can't wait for 7G. Hell yeah. Can't wait for more chemtrails. They're condensation trails. They're not. How dare you say chemtrails? You really think your own government would poison you? You think that? How dare you think that about this? Look up in that sky. I know it's not happening in Mexico, right next door to you in California. I know it's not happening, in Latin American countries at all. But those planes flying above our heads, they're not dropping anything on your head. So stop spreading lies. Stop spreading lies. I missed this one earlier. Trump killed 200 million with 5G, EMF, and Vax COVID scam. Yeah, I guess if you add up the numbers, that's a lot. And the Operation Warp Speed, that's the part that's infuriating, because it's bad enough that he's not doing anything about mRNA, right? It's bad enough he's not doing anything about, by the way, he's not doing anything about the children that are missing. Even RFK Jr. said, hey, we have a problem at the border. We have a problem with children missing. There's where did they go? And nothing ever happened there. It's bad enough he's not doing anything about the chemtrails. He's not doing anything. It's worse when he brags about speediness. This is the Kash Patel syndrome, where you get on camera and you brag about how fast you did, not your job. You brag about how fast you did the opposite of your job. It's quite remarkable. You guys think about it, because we're used to, when you feel like you're working fast, you want everyone to know. You're in your office, right? You're working fast. You're getting your boss wants you to do so much work, and you're like, I'm gonna fucking get it done. And when you're done, you want people to know, I did all those files. I did it in 12 hours. I did it in 30. Kash Patel, 36 hours to solve the Charlie Kirk assassination. Done. And that's what the American people want. They want speediness. Done. No, we don't want speediness. We want accuracy, you sick son of a bitch. We want accuracy. No, it's 36 hours. And that's Trump. That's Operation Warp Speed. We got to get the vax out. We got to get the vax out. We don't care how good it is. We don't care if it works. We got to get it out. Do I hear one? Do I hear two? 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, blah, 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 blah. How many people want to die on the vax? Do I hear 1 million? Do I hear 2 million? 2 million going once, going twice, blah, 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 blah. Speediness. Operation Warp Speed. And he's doing that with 5G. Operation Warp Speed. 6G. Operation Warp Speed. 7G. Operation Warp Speed. Epstein files. We got him right here, Mamdani. We got it done. It's done. We did it. We solved it. Case solved. We're doing it with Iran. We did it. We won. What did you win? They lost. What did they lose? What did we win? What are you talking about? Winners. Winning. Done. We're on a track course. We're racing. It's the Olympics. We want a gold medal. What the F? That's not how. No, we don't want that. We don't want to win a race. We want accuracy, and we want transparency. And Trump not doing his job would be bad enough, right? Sitting at your desk, not doing your work, your boss told you, that would be bad enough. What he's doing is he's working really fast on the opposite of the job, covering it up, pushing out the thing, 7G, 6G, 7G, pushing out the thing that you're supposed to be fighting against. More mRNA. Let's go. Push out the mRNA. Hey, Trump, you were supposed to put Albert Bourda, head of Pfizer, you were supposed to put him in jail. Oh, no. We got him a place in Trump RX. We just gave him $500 billion. Investment. He gets to invest, make some money off of Trump RX. So the opposite. You're hooking him up. You're rewarding him. The guy you're supposed to have in jail. You're pushing mRNA with Larry Ellison on day one. What are you doing? The opposite of your job. So if this is how chess is supposed to be played, I play chess, and I'm telling you guys, the 60, 70, 80, sometimes people don't know what the heck they're doing at that chessboard at all, and you can beat them pretty easily. Other people, they know what they're doing. They can think 5 moves ahead. I don't think I've ever sat down at a chess game against a player who was worse than they didn't know what to do. Because that would be Trump. It would be the opposite. It's not 6D chess. It's not 3D chess. It's not zero chess. It's not 1D chess. It's not just chess. He's doing negative 6D chess. So that's where the opponent that you're going against is working against winning. He's doing the thing that's hurting him even more than if he wasn't doing anything at all. He's moving into checkmate on purpose and then high-fiving his FBI director. Look how fast we ended that game. I got my effing king. I got it checkmated faster than anyone has ever been checkmated ever. I did that. Operation Warp Speed. Operation Checkmate. Warp Speed. Checkmate myself. Speediness. Okay. Man, I got to get a few more in because I go off on those things, you guys. I go off on those things. Okay. A lot of good stuff from you guys today. Really appreciate it. Let me see if there's any Rumble rants really quick, because sometimes we miss those, and I just want to be sure that we didn't with those. Okay. I'm not seeing any. Okay, hold on. Let's check my other screen here. Yeah, you guys have been pretty solid on Rumble today. Really appreciate you guys on Rumble. I don't know what's going on the YouTube, but you guys on YouTube have also been really effing cool. So I appreciate all you guys. Seriously. Oh yeah, go start. Yeah, Peter Douche is an oxymoron. That's funny. He's a guy, he's going through the motions of we're investigating them. We're investigating NASA. Are we? Are we doing it? Are we asking questions finally? Fox News, we're getting to the bottom of the 10 scientists. If you guys didn't see the 10 scientists, Trump's looking into it. He's looking into it so he can blame it on China. I'm not effing kidding you. That's what he's doing right now. Go look at, if you guys missed it, it was on Top Censored News. We're going to upload Top Censored News tomorrow. We always upload it on Fridays. You guys are going to see number 2 story today was they're going through the motions. Caroline Leavitt is going through the motions right now of investigating the 10 missing scientists who had access to NASA secrets and nuclear secrets and things in the last few months. They're all gone. They all either got killed or they're missing or something happened. They're looking into it because they want to blame it on a foreign entity, not because they want to see what NASA's up to. Really, what are they really up to? What are they really doing? What are they really doing in space? In space, on the moon. What are they doing? So they're not going to go. They're going to go the other direction. We're working quickly. We're solving the NASA problem. We'll get back to you very soon. We're going to solve it in 36 hours, guys. What happened to the 10 scientists? It was China. Case closed. And Tyler Robinson helped them too. It was Tyler Robinson and China. They teamed up and they killed 10 scientists and case closed. There you go. We're so fast. We are so freaking fast. And speaking of, yeah, F. Sanders. Yep. We're done with him, man. We're done with this guy pretending to put these bills up and then nothing happens. We're still funding Israel. Fuck that shit, man. Fuck that shit. Okay. Oh, this is funny. After we did the news, we might have lost some viewers. I think you might be right. We did the #1 top censored news story, and we showed we mentioned earlier, guys, the MP in Poland who got up on the stage, courageously put up an Israeli flag with a swastika in the center, and we probably lost some Zios during that. That was probably not okay that we showed that picture, even though we're just reporting. We're not the one showing it. We're just telling you that happened in Poland. So we're just reporting the news, guys. So don't accuse us. Don't accuse the homeless left of displaying a swastika, because we haven't. We just reported that someone else displayed a swastika on an Israeli flag. Just reporting it, guys. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. And we got Matt, Jay, and Garland together. Yes, Citizen, thank you for that super chat earlier when we had the three of us. That's the first time that we had Jay Scott and Garland Nixon in a panel together. That happened today on this show, guys, and that was cool. I feel like I did a little match make there with the two of them because they had a lot of good background in common with their lefties with their takes on everything. We kind of all three shared that, and that's the first time we had Jay and Garland together on one show. Very cool. I feel proud. I feel proud like that I was able to coordinate that. That was very cool. Very cool. Yeah, and then we were talking about AI with Garland and Jay. Yes. This is what we couldn't figure this one out, Kurt. And like, I appreciate you. Thanks for your engagement on YouTube. AI loves to pretend it's human by interpreting your emotions for asking a certain question. It's weird and effed up. Yes, it is effing weird. And we had this discussion, the three of us today. And we have these different interpretations on whether we are in control. Are the billionaire class, are they the technocrats, are they in control of this AI, or is it out of control, or is it both? Can both be true? Can both be freaking true? And it's true that AI is rather creepy. And I just suggest everyone use it as minimally as possible. And I say this, look, we go on Twitter, we go on Google, we go on Wikipedia. These are outlets for us to get quick information. So I just say, look, and even if something we have to spend a lot of time on, more than anything, we have to spend time on Twitter because that's where real people like us are on there doing real critical thinking and investigation. So we're on there a lot. We're not on, Google, Wikipedia, not really that much at all. But between those three, when you're on any of those three or any other ones that you guys go to, just be careful of how much of it you take for face value. We know there's an operation, there's a mechanism in place to distract, to fool, to censor, to not give us all the angles, to throw us off track. So we're having to play backup to ourselves, like we have to do double duty. We have to play insurance. It's like where you're at the poker table, you got to bet on your hand. You also have to bet against your hand. You have to bring that backup insurance bet in case everything goes wrong. You're all in on damage control, and that damage control can be a real thing. We see this. We see people in our space get something wrong, and it's not necessarily their fault. It's because these are not to be trusted. So when I tell you, you should already be behaving that way when it comes to Google, Wikipedia, Twitter, we should apply that even more so when it comes to ChatGPT and others and the new stuff we haven't even. I mean, this new stuff is insane. This stuff where you can feed prompts of who you are and it reads who you are. And it reads who you are and it uses that information against you, kind of like how a cult leader works. A cult behavior from a cult leader. We know the skill set they have. They do this in Scientology. This is I mean, there's a lot of examples of this. This is a Jonestown, Jim Jones. It's a technique of gather. And I think Scientology is a great example of this. Gather as much information, and that's what those you guys know, the e-meters that Scientologists do, e-meters, and they fake you. They make you think that you're doing a little private session. So this is very important, guys. So if you guys know anything about Scientology, they're sitting down with that private session, they take information and they use it against you later. And later can be next week, it can be next year, it can be 10 years from now, but they store it. So the sophistication of a church like Scientology, imagine that sophistication was done by human beings, right? Like really sophisticated shit. That L. Ron Hubbard character, very sophisticated stuff he pulled off, like extremely. This guy was able to put an entire operation of surveillance and blackmail, very similar to Zionism, but he did it in this It's very similar to Zionism, Scientology, right? But this is what AI is. This is what AI is. If it already hasn't become it, it is. This is what we have to fight against. As we're going to find information, we're going down these places. We got to be really careful of information they use against us when we feed them prompts. We say, "Hey, ChatGPT, help me out with a speech." Well, tell me about what you're looking to do. What are your goals? What are your ambitions? What do you hope to achieve? Let me help you. Let me help walk you through this. They're taking information. They're going to use it against you later. So let's be skeptical. Use it when you have to, but don't give up your human ability to make your own decisions about how you want to speak and what you want to submit in a paper, or how you want to present, like, your art, how you present. You're going to let a computer tell you what your vision is? Don't fall for that. You should be able to look inside and find that yourself. That's really the essence. Don't lose that. Don't lose that who you are. Don't let AI take over your humanity and your voice. Don't let AI take over your voice as a human being. I'm telling you this, guys. It's very, very effing important. And this AI church takeover, Hugo, you're absolutely right. This may make Orwell's 1984 look like child's play. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's do a couple more here, and we'll get on to Loudest Voice. I think we're just hitting the 4-hour mark right now. So yeah, we'll be able to do one last segment for you after this. I missed some of this stuff from you guys during that. I got so engaged in that discussion with Garland. I missed some of this. Some of these points you guys pointed out. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, and user, another Bernie comment, which is we always like to reflect on this. When Bernie, Beanie, you mean Bernie, yeah. When Bernie bros left Bernie, they left both parties. When MAGA breaks up, they get sheep herded back to the GOP by people like Iverson. Bernie bros, some of them did go back. They did go back. We know who they are. They said, "Come on, guys, quit your the Sarah Silvermans, they said, quit your whining." We have this the orange man, we have to beat them at all costs. So that's a technique that can be used. And you're right, and user, you're right that MAGA is going to they can redefine it. Once they let Trump go, they can blame him as the problem and then say, well, we still have a bigger problem. The bigger problem is the Democrats, or the bigger problem is there's something bigger that we have to suck it up, and we have to come back and make MAGA great again. That's going to probably be what it is. Make MAGA great again. That'll be the I already got the slogan. Whoever's running, whether it's JD, or even if Thomas Massey gives it a shot, he won't make it, or he'll sheep herd too. He'll be like, hey, we got to be anti-Zionist here, and then he would, when it's time to bow out, he's going to pull a Bernie, and Massey will say, hey, we got to give JD Vance our support because we got to stop the Democrats, and we're making MAGA great again. And the same with Israel. Make Israel great again. Will have a different. It'll have a meaning as if get Netanyahu out. Netanyahu was the problem. Now we can get things back to normal, and that is a problem. I do believe there's people that will never go back. Bernie bros that will never go back, and there are MAGAs that will never go back. But there's also a lot that will. So we still have a fight, going. This sucks. I know this YouTube thing is something going on today. Your messages aren't getting through. I apologize. This one did. if you're still watching. Okay. I'll cut ahead here and do a few more near the end here. We got some new ones. Oh, here's a okay. We'll do like two more. Okay. This is in response to what I was talking about Wikipedia. Yes, absolutely. Huff Mania Vision, Huff Manaviation, Aviation, Huffman Aviation. Finally, I got it. It's hard to see sometimes the separation of the words, but Huffman Aviation. Wikipedia is purposely misleading and lies by omission mainly. Exactly. Lying by omission. That's the theme all day. That's what we've been talking about from the beginning of the show today, guys, from 4 hours ago when we started the live. We're talking to you about lying through admission. So we have to do better at filling in the gaps when we go on these, again, going on these platforms, knowing that there's stuff they're not telling us. We have to do better. And the admission we have to be unfortunate victims of, which is what? When they omit us from algorithms, right? They suppress us from people seeing us on their feed. So we get omitted. And then people forget, even if you're subscribed to our channel or you can't put a comment, YouTube's blocking you. YouTube is unsubscribing people. YouTube is unsubscribing people from our channels, not just our channel. We see this. Garland's talked to us about this. We've seen this with Craig Pasta, with Fiorella. We've seen this everywhere. We've seen this with Hardlands Media. I think the Due Dissidents boys have this happen too. I haven't heard directly from them on this, but we all have people unsubscribe. Jimmy Dore's had this happen. People get unsubscribed and then they go, hey, why did you unsubscribe me from your channel? We didn't do that. I guarantee you, nobody unsubscribes you. That's a mechanism of suppression. It's a mechanism of omission. You don't get to see us on your feed. That's what ends up happening. That's the problem. We'll end with one more, and then you guys, I will absolutely try and get some more up at the end of the show. We do have our loudest voice of the week. We will get to that right now. Last comment for now, for talking back. Zalipa, just put this on now. I wanted to put it up. Free the U.S. of AIPAC, and the way we do that is what? We don't reward anybody with any vote, any money, any attention, anything, if they're affiliated, not just with AIPAC, with any lobbyist group, any Zionist entity. We're done, period. And we vote third party. If there is a Democrat or Republican that, we can support them, but they're probably going to be ousted at some point anyway. But we got to go third party, guys, or boycott the whole thing, whatever you want to do. But free the U.S. of AIPAC. Good one to end on. This has been Talking Back with Matt. Okay. Cool, guys. Oh, yeah. And this one's, we want Leslie too, citizen. We want Leslie too. Absolutely. We'll get her back. We'll get her back. We're gonna get her back. We're gonna get her back. And she's gonna have a story. She'll have a few stories to tell us. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna play that just because it's really funny. I'm gonna play you guys that little commercial again from Trump. If you missed it earlier, it's not from him. It's an AI. He didn't have anything to do with this one. They're more funny when he doesn't have, when he's not sharing them out. The ones he doesn't share out, those are the actual funny ones, like this one. So I'm gonna put this one up again, the Dr. Trump commercial, and we'll be back in 3 minutes with the final segment of the day and of the week, loudest voice of the week. See you guys back here in 3 minutes. This is Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news.
From a serious life-threatening illness. Has your doctor told you you're probably going to die? My name is Dr. Donald Trump, and I have helped millions of patients with conditions just like yours. Cancer, heart disease, ALS, you name it. Conditions your doctor said were untreatable. I've seen them all, and I fixed them all. I use an advanced technique that the cheating medical establishment don't want you to know about. The results are, frankly, incredible. Nobody gets results like this. They're the greatest results.
They gave me 6 weeks to live, but then I called the hotline and was healed entirely through the phone.
I was clinically brain dead, and my wife was about to pull the plug when the doctor saved my life.
If you or someone you love is suffering, don't wait. Don't let the corrupt medical establishment tell you what's possible. Call 1-900-NOT-JESUS today. Let's make your health great again.
It's the loudest voice of the week. Today, we're going to give you a couple options of who it might be, because it's all related to one story, one big story that we wanted to give it to you guys all at once. And it's debatable what character in this story gets the loudest voice of the week. But let's walk it through. And the story we're talking about is Trump turning on some of the most important players for him and important people for his journey, his legacy, and how he got to today. And we're talking about the people he turned on. You know them because you guys have probably all seen this tweet. We're gonna walk it through this Truth Social post. It came out earlier in the week, and we've seen the responses from it. So let's start with the tweet itself. And the people being implicated here by Trump are none other than Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, we have Megyn Kelly, and Alex Jones. So let's break it down, and we'll get to see how this was responded to and what this means moving forward. So this is the tweet that went out. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror. Note that's us, but okay, we'll go with that. To have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common: low IQ. So already there's obviously people going, that doesn't really make much sense. You can't be any of those 4 people and think that they have low IQs. That's not actually getting to the bottom of the problem that he had. He has a problem, that's for sure. Trump has a huge problem here, but he's blaming it on IQ. Okay, moving on. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it. So none of that checks out. Obviously, you can't say people know it when they don't agree with that. So that's really an insane thing to say, that everybody knows it. So look past the record. Look at their record. Look at their past. Look at their record. Okay, what are we looking at, Trump? They don't have what it takes, and they never did. Well, you thought they had what it takes earlier. That's why you aligned with all 4 of them. So what changed? He never really talks about what changed. He's acting like this is an ongoing problem he's had the entire way. That doesn't make any sense. If he had a problem, he would have gotten rid of them a long time ago. So he's not giving us a good story about what changed, because clearly something changed. You can't tell us that their entire history has been being stupid and dumb and having a shitty record, because you would not have aligned with them if that was true. Okay. All right. So they've all been thrown off television, lost their shows. Now that's a good one. You can trick people with that one. The problem is you should have started with that one, Trump. That would have been a good one to start on. I always had a problem. Like, let me rewrite it for you, man. I got it. If I was going to do, I would be like, I've been meaning to talk about this for a while. It's been building up. I guess I'll say it. Here's some people that have supported me. I've appreciated their support, but there's a problem. They're kind of unstable people because they get kicked off. They all got kicked off their shows. That would have been a good one. Also a bullshit reason, but a more sellable and packageable. The problem is you started with the low IQ and you started with everybody knows they're dumb. And that doesn't, none of that really makes sense. And the record, for you to criticize the record now, what's changed? What is the thing that changed? Okay, so they lost their shows. We know why people lose shows. People lose shows because the corporation that's paying them doesn't want the liability of what they're doing on their massive platform anymore. They don't want the liability that they're challenging their advertisers, right? Whether it's pharma, whether it's a particular war. Well, that's why. So we know why people get kicked off TV. That's the person you want to listen to. Doesn't mean they're right about everything, but it means you want to listen to what they're saying. Why are the corporate psychopath billionaires the people that we're defending? Why are you defending Fox News? I always ask our friends here in Hollywood, like, why they were so happy when Tucker Carlson got fired. And I'm like, are you cheering for Fox News? I thought you hated Fox News. And they're oh yeah, Fox News is bad, but Tucker Carlson's worse. What, really? Tucker Carlson's worse than Fox News? You hate Fox News. So you don't, but you're taking the side of Fox. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable that for the first time you're taking the side of a network you hate because you hate Tucker. So anyways, that's the sentiment about people that were against these people the whole time. Trump's not fooling us by pretending that he's been against them the whole time, and he's not telling us what changed. What changed, man? That story isn't lining up. But anyways, then he gets personal. Okay? They aren't even being invited to TV because nobody cares about them. And this is Trump's way. This is the bully. This is bully. They're nut jobs, troublemakers. They'll say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity, says the person who's getting free and cheap publicity right here, by being a big fat bully and not actually saying anything of substance. You're just a kid on a playground. That's what this is. Okay, what's next? They think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts. Okay, nobody's talking about. Well, now that's also a mistake. Bad one. Bad take, dude. Nobody's talking about them, particularly Tucker and Candace. We're totally people talking about them. What are you talking about? You can say no. You can say there's people that don't like what they're doing, but you can't say no when he's talking about them. It's weird. It's weird. And their views aren't the opposite of MAGA. Their views are the thing that you ran on, and then you stabbed everyone in the back. Their views is America first, free speech, and end the wars. They all seem to be about that. We have issues with, obviously. Well, I mean, you don't. Just so you know, there is a little difference. Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly, they're very imperialist when it comes to Latin American countries, Venezuela, particularly Cuba. They still think that that's okay, that we go steal Maduro. It's weird. Okay, those two. But Candace and Tucker have been consistently against the U.S. and Israel war machine in every country, not just particular countries. They're against it in every country, which is great. So anyways, yeah, people are paying attention. So they're saying MAGA agrees with me. Well, whoever's left as MAGA, that identifies as MAGA, of course they agree with you. That's the way it works. That's why the CNN poll that said that 100% of MAGAs approve of Trump, 100% of the thing that you have to be 100% of to be the thing. Of course they. What kind of logic? You guys saw that poll, right? The CNN, 100% of MAGAs think Trump's doing a great job. Because you're not allowed to call yourself a MAGA right now unless you don't have a problem with Trump. That's cult behavior, right? That's tribal think, hero worship. If you have a problem with Trump, what happens? You're no longer MAGA. So, okay, MAGA agrees. Oh, there's your 100% CNN. Not a real poll. Fake news, as a guy once said. Fake news, CNN. But no, he loves it. He'll quote CNN when it's convenient. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Trump is quoting CNN's fuzzy math, as George W. once said. Fuzzy math. Yeah, he's doing it. Great. Okay. Tucker couldn't finish college. Wow. Well, why did you tell us? Why are we listening to the guy? I don't know. Okay. Broken man? No, dude. He got his shit together on Twitter right away and started his Tucker show immediately. Just completely kicked the shit out of Fox, like overnight, dude. What are you talking about? He should see a good psychiatrist. Okay. Megyn Kelly. Now, it's so outdated, this reference to the Rosie O'Donnell question when Megan Fox was at Fox and her job was to represent women, and it's such an outdated moment now. It has nothing to do with the climate right now. So the fact that she'd bring that up means that he just really doesn't have anything to say about Megyn Kelly. So he has to bring up this, as he says, famous only Rosie O'Donnell question. Calls Candace Owen crazy, accuses Macron's wife of being a man. Okay, well, he's going to go on all in here when she's not, and will hopefully win lots of money. What? You want what? You want Macron, the Macrons to win money from Candace? Yeah, he's for that. And he's going to do the same thing when he gets to the Alex Jones part, because he's now for corporate seizure of citizens. He's for government seizure of money, of assets. He's for billion-dollar lawsuits going against an American citizen. He's for these things. He wants to, let's drain their bank accounts. This is a guy who would be like, yes, let's drain anyone's bank account of who we don't like. That's our president right now. A guy who is pro draining bank accounts of people that get in the way of corporate and state media. So he goes all in on the first lady of France and saying he's far more beautiful woman than Candace. Why would you say that? It's so weird. It's so weird. Bankrupt Alex Jones. There it is. Why is he bankrupt? Because of a capture of his bank account in a corrupt court system, which makes no sense, because he did a story on Sandy Hook where he gave a platform for somebody who gave a take on what they thought happened to the victims, and it was a take that he was giving a platform to. And I guess you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to have conversations and have journalism and hear different opinions. Can't do that. Can't do that. He didn't claim it was the hoax. It was his guest that did. He was just interested in it, as we all should be. We should all be interested in other people's assessments and analysts that analysis they have, and different tidbits they have to bring to the table. We should be interested and listen. These so-called pundits are losers. They'll always be now fake news. CNN, failing New York Times, and Radical Left News are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. Well, only compared to you. They're not actually giving them the greatest reviews at all. They're just pointing out to their viewers that they're standing up to you. They're not actually giving them praise, just to be clear. Not at those radical left news organizations. No, they don't give praise. They just point out that there's a massive problem in MAGAville. That's what they're reporting on. And these are the people that are the most vocal, particularly, I'll point out, Candace and Tucker, more than Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones, for sure. Okay. So they're not MAGA. They're just losers trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get, and this is the last page here, I could get them on my side if I want to. And this is his little boy, pouty. And so this is all playground shit. But when they call, I don't return calls because I'm too busy presidenting and blowing up people and doing stuff they wouldn't understand. I'm doing stuff. I'm busy. So I'm not going to return their calls. Rah. So they go nasty, just like Marjorie Taylor Brown. Wow, there's another one he had to throw in there. But I no longer care about that stuff. Oh, well, you do care because you're making this massively long tirade about it on your Truth Social. So you do kind of care. Yeah. MAGA is about winning. Of course. That's what you've always been about, winning. Winning what? What are you exactly winning? What are you exactly winning anyways? Strength. This isn't strong. Yapping like this isn't strong. Not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. Total bullshit. That's not a thing. MAGA is about making Israel great again. Oh, I guess that's a typo. He put America. He meant Israel. Oopsie. You can't undo it once you click post. I get it. That's a mistake. I know you meant Israel there. Yeah. No worries. We're cool. We get it. You got a lot of presidenting to do. That might have slipped your mind. These people have no idea how to do that, but I do. The U.S. is the hottest country. Okay, and he has to end with this shit, this hottest shit. Okay. So what is different about this? What is different about this True Social post than others? Well, what Trump is doing, and we could just give him the loudest voice. This is very loud, louder than his other ones. And the reason why this one's so loud is because he is actually the one revealing. He's doing the revealing. It's not Candace and Tucker and a little bit of Alex and a little bit of Megan. They have been doing a lot of revealing. But Trump is doing it on his own, right? With this. This is a moment where MAGA has to look closely. The ones that weren't paying attention to those four, that were only paying attention to Trump. He just opened up the door, the line of communication with what he has left of his base with these four. He just did that by doing this, by trying to overly justify these ridiculous claims about these people to his own base, who are the only people reading this. We're only reading this because it was a bad error. It was a really bad error on his part. He's talking to his base and telling them, exposing to them the hypocrisy of what MAGA has become, and made them, if anything, curious to look into it if they didn't yet already. So that's why it's pretty loud what he did there. It's pretty revealing. Not much of a case against any of them and he didn't say anything changed, because again, these are people that had his back the whole time. Okay, now let's get to the fun part. This is the fun part. We have 4 reactions. Okay, so let's play this game. We're gonna play a little game here. 4 reactions. I'm gonna give it to you guys one at a time. Let's see how they all responded. All 4 of them. We're not doing Marjorie Taylor Greene's already done her thing with him. They've had on and on and on, back and forth. So that's already done. But these 4, we're talking about, who are we talking about? Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens. Let's do it in that order. We'll do it in that order. Let's start with Megyn Kelly. This is her response.
Now, as you can imagine, that post did not go over well with the Iranians or with many Americans. I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D, yes, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit.
So I'm not really finding her putting anything really articulate together. I might have missed it. If you guys know of anything, let me know. But this is the type of stuff that, look, I get it. She's pissed off. She's pissed off that she's been put into this. I don't know if she's really saying too much here other than we're sick of your shit. But there is an opportunity. There's an opportunity to call him out on a more specific, more personal way. Alex Jones got really angry about it. And he did make one good point here. We'll play that clip.
Hell back in your ass because you were the lesser of 2 evils. Then I'm going to show you how to cow eat the cabbage. Do one more thing. You should be kissing my ass. But instead, you shit all over me and rub it in.
Really hard, really honest, I would say, in that one moment. He's showing that he is affected. He's clearly affected by this. And he's calling out the thing that hasn't been said and needed to be said. This is how you treat people. Unfortunately, Alex Jones is just playing catch up because he's always done this to people. So he's kind of taking that personal hurt and he's putting it out there, saying, how dare you? We know what kind of person you are now, that you're going to treat me like this. Me. So, he had more to say, but generally that was the extent of it. He's very angry, very affected by it. And it looks like he's done. Now, Alex Jones, he's got some soul searching to do because this guy has been pro a lot of the imperialistic policies, particularly I said Venezuela, Cuba. So he needs to do some soul searching there. Also, he got Charlie Kirk completely wrong. I know he's apologized to Candace. Good for him for apologizing. We always like an apology. We were going to do an apology story on that, but I don't know. It's like, okay, good, really late on that one, I guess, Alex. But he has some soul searching to do because, he lost Owen Schroyer earlier in the year. We know what that discrepancy was on. It was on Alex Jones still leaving that door open about Israel, even though he was like, oh, I'm kind of not. He was like on the fence. So, and he did a little fun sketch with JP Sears. I suggest you guys go look that one up. I'm not going to play for you now. He did a little fun reaction, little skit with JP. It was a fun one. But let's get to the real. Let's get to the real heart of it, and that's Tucker and Candace. Because, like I said, they were the ones that were the most consistent, the most on point when it came to being the anti-war voices, the voices for free speech, the voices for Charlie Kirk being the guy who they had to take out so we could do the Iran war. All of those things that Candace and Tucker have been about, their reactions will be a little bit more on point and more effective here when we're talking about loudest voice of the week. So let's brush Trump, Megyn Kelly, and Alex Jones aside, and let's look at the real winners in this, and we'll decide whether it's Tucker or Candace. Let's start with Tucker.
Went out with him. I mean, I've known him for decades. I've always liked him, and I think anyone who spent time with him likes him. I feel sorry for him, as I do for all slaves. He is not free in this moment at all to do what he thinks is best for himself or his country.
What do you mean?
No, he's not free, and we learned that yesterday when Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, clearly with relief, and made its terms or most of its terms public, and then that ceasefire ended within 2 hours because Israel intentionally violated the terms by attacking not just southern Lebanon but the city of Beirut.
So are you saying he's a slave to Benjamin Netanyahu?
I don't think it's as simple as he's under the control of Netanyahu. But, you could summarize it that way and you wouldn't be totally inaccurate.
A slave to Israel. That's what he's saying. And it's kind of been made as clear as day at this point. The argument between whether who's the younger brother or the bigger brother, or is America and Israel together in cahoots equally? We go to the roots of Zionism, and we can talk all day about Freemasonry and who set Israel up and who set Zion. It was Zionism. Who set Zionism up? It was Freemasonry. Who set that up? You can go all day with that. But right now, currently in this climate, I think the debate is over. The debate is over regarding who's the one on the ball, who's the one on the chain, who's the one in chains, basically slave. And that's exactly what needed to be said right now. That's exactly what. And Tucker doesn't have to waste his time with the "how dare you treat me like this," the Alex Jones stuff. He doesn't have to waste his time. He can understand the mechanism in play, and almost feel sorry for him. Almost. That's where he's at, and he has no problem saying this out loud. That's what we're watching. And again, the tweet itself is the thing that got MAGA's attention that weren't paying attention. They weren't watching Tucker. They weren't watching Candace. They weren't watching Alex Jones or Megyn Kelly. They were watching Trump. And Trump told them, take a look at these guys. Let me tell you how dumb they are. Let me tell you how nobody likes them. Let me tell you how they get kicked off these fake news channels. And all of a sudden I love fake news, and I love polls, and I love them. All of a sudden, the networks that kick them off, I love them. I don't love the people who've supported me, and I'm going to talk shit on them. So that's the exposing that Trump did with that tweet. So let's go in for the kill. I think we know where this is headed. Candace Owens, take it away. when you're done, we'll go ahead and award it. We'll go ahead and award it to Candace. Here we go.
Let me tell you something, and this is just reality, okay? Going back to just the rules of the jungle, okay? Let all the politicians and advisors around you evaporate for just a moment. Just you and me, ready? People will not fight beside, behind, or for someone who is fundamentally disloyal, okay? If disloyalty and deceit is in your nature, then I highly suggest that you combine it with silence. You can be what you are, but I would advise you do it quietly, Trump, because MAGA is no longer commanded by you, and you know it. You know it. You belong to the Epstein class. That is your legacy now.
Oh, she's going deep. She's going deep. We're talking legacy. We're not talking about how could you double cross me? We're not talking about poor Trump. He's a slave to Netanyahu. We're talking about, for whatever reason, this is who you will always be. You can't get out of it now. This is written. It is written. This is what it is. The Epstein pedo class. That's what we're talking here. And look how composed she is doing this. After reading that horrible shit. I mean, what horrible garbage. What horrible garbage in there. Okay.
People will see your name on buildings, whatever was agreed upon in those boardrooms, Jared Kushner, Trump, Gaza, hotel, whatever you tweeted, so crass. They will see that. You will earn that. And then when they see it, they will think about how many children had to die or be raped by men on islands so that you could stick the Trump name upon a building. And for clarity, Mr. President, that's not my fault. That's not Megyn Kelly's fault. That's not Tucker Carlson's fault. You made that trade. You chose money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that toward the end of your life, okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go, just your soul. And you sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom? Let me be perfectly clear when I say this. Charlie Kirk, he died free. You will most certainly die a slave, okay? You are in chains right now, and the entire world can see that perfectly.
I feel like that Tucker set up the alley-oop, and Candace is going in for the kill. This is the dunk. This is off the alley-oop dunk, the slave line, but slave elevated to what? To legacy. That's what we're really talking about here.
At best, what you can hope for in this moment is that maybe one day upon the college campuses that you so deeply cherish, they'll teach all about your now tarnished legacy as the perfect modern day example of Plato's allegory of the cave. You're familiar with that one? The prisoner chained in a cave, multiple prisoners chained in a cave with a fire burning behind them, mistaking shadows on the wall for reality. And when one of those prisoners escapes and makes it outside of the cave and into true daylight and sees, oh, wait, that's not reality, and they return and they try to tell the other prisoners, no, there's truth and there's actual reality outside, they fight that person. They don't believe it. They call that person crazy. That's you. You are chained inside of a cave right now. And who's making those shadows on the wall, right? At best, the annals of history, I think within them, you will be relegated to a philosophical discussion. The madness of President Trump. People will ask, who made Mr. Trump believe the shadows on the wall were real? The professor will chide the class. And in essays, students will cite the example of the man who was once considered a leader of a movement, suddenly reduced to sitting on the side in the Situation Room at the White House while the leader of a foreign country, Benjamin Netanyahu, stands above him, convincing him that Iran represents an imminent threat which can be crippled within weeks. Yeah, the students in that class will be mystified. It will be such a compelling examination. Good discussion.
She's a bit over optimistic here, but certainly on point. I'd say it's hard to picture a classroom when we have our you guys know we talk about the AI problem and the teachers that are going to be literally robots teaching these classes. So we got to be careful who's controlling all that. But the point being, the legacy which will be told somehow, maybe not by robot teachers, but the point is that this story can't be untold now. It's too far in, and she hit it on the head earlier with the MAGA themselves know it. They know it. And if they didn't know it now because they weren't paying attention to Candace and Tucker, they are now because of that tweet. Because of that tweet. Okay, just one last thought here.
Bibi is your master. Maybe it's Miriam Adelson that lights the fire and Bibi that makes the shadows on the wall. But the entire world recognizes that now. And though I highly doubt that you will be permitted any opportunity to see what the crowd now thinks of you, I have to do my best to try.
And there it is. There it is. It's good to reflect on this moment. I do think it's worth noting that the difference now is, and I'll just say this one more time. The difference now, because Candace and Tucker, they've been consistent, right? And Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly, they've been up and down, but the consistency's been there with Candace and Tucker, and that we already know. And those of us paying attention already know this, but this is the moment that MAGA that wasn't paying attention, and now they hear it directly from Trump, who's telling them it's all bullshit. He told them, and he drew them over here to listen to Candace and Tucker say this guy is a slave, and his legacy is forever ruined, and MAGA can see it, and that's the story that will be told, not necessarily by robots in classrooms, but that's a story that will be told for sure. And all in all, I would say Candace Owens, the best of the four, the depth that she's able to communicate this, and in a mood that's so calm, as opposed to Alex and Megyn with their and Tucker was very thoughtful. But I overall, at the end of the day, just kind of processing all of this, and we're at a milestone here. We're at a good. This is a good point of awareness. This is a good point for MAGA to be at an awareness level. So we'll just say with all of it said and done, we're gonna go ahead and give Candace Owens the loudest voice of the week. Okay. Ooh, okay, guys. What a show today. What a show today. We did keep it under 5. We did keep it under 5. I think we got through it, guys. All right, let's make sure I'll throw a few more comments up here before we go. But I'm just gonna set up our final outro first, and then I just want to thank you guys for tuning in today. This was a good one. We had Garland Nixon, Jay Scott. We had some good conversations. Unfortunately, we couldn't have Leslie in. I noticed we had the due dissidence raid earlier, but we had it. We barely started the show, but we're glad you guys hung around. We hadn't even started the show yet, and they raided our stream, which was awesome. And we see Gabrielle in the chat. Thank you. Hey, Gabrielle, thanks so much for coming in and letting everybody know. Yes, they can like, share, and sub, and you guys can rewatch the live. We don't take down the live, so you can go back, rewind, find your favorite part, and more than that, you can even take our segment. We put segments up, and you can share those out. Those are like 15-20 minute conversations that might be useful for you to get those out to people in your environments, in your communities, and have conversations. Maybe reconnect with people that maybe you had fallouts with, but there's a moment where, hey, maybe we can come back together. Hey, I was thinking of you when this conversation happened. I wanted to know your thoughts on it. And then you can send them, hey, just 15-minute, 20-minute thing, and you can start a conversation again. Maybe, who knows? Maybe there's something there's something worth talking about now. Maybe people needed a little time to marinate on this chaos and in the insanity. And now it's like this tipping point, this moment of, aha, I got it. They're all in on it. We finally realized it. We don't have to uninvite each other from Thanksgiving anymore. We don't have to unfriend each other because we voted for the blue or the red. Oh, you vote against, a vote not for mine is a vote for that. What? Huh? A vote for, wait, a vote for the Green Party is a vote for Trump because you didn't vote for her and I wanted her. I'm female first, but not Jill Stein, not that type of female. I like the Hillary, whatever the hell that was. Maybe that's done with. Maybe it's done with. Maybe there's people in your life it's done with. It's not going to be totally done, but maybe you can start those conversations again. We'll see. And maybe there's a MAGA friend of yours who had the right idea and voted their conscience, and then now they're going, shit, maybe we effed up on that. So let's figure out how to have those conversations now. Let's move forward. We'll keep the momentum going ahead. We're really excited about what's coming up next week. Just want to thank everyone. Yeah, thanks to everybody who tuned in today, and to Garland Nixon and to Jay Scott. And we'll be back here, guys, on next week, Tuesday, Thursday, all afternoon. Homeless Left. We do have some big guests. I think we got Mary Talley Bowden, Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. I think we booked her for Tuesday. If not, she'd be the following Tuesday. But I think we got her. I think I have to confirm with Jay that we have Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. I told you guys about the head of this group. You guys might not have known, Delete Laws, Chili DeCastro. He's up fighting the cops in Vegas right now. He's in a hearing in Vegas right now. He'll be back to tell us how that went, plus all of the investigations he's been doing, helping a lot of people take on police, fighting for justice. This is a great story. So we're going to have him on, I think, next week as well. So yeah, a lot of good stuff coming up. Tonight, I will be on RT having a discussion on RT. So tune in. I can't multi-stream it, but if you guys go to RT on Rumble, I believe you can also go on their website, rt.com, or just go on Rumble. There is a live feed. It'll be 10 o'clock Pacific. That's 1 a.m. If you're on the East Coast, it's 1 a.m. Otherwise, I'll upload it for you guys, tomorrow. But that'll be cool. Other than that, we'll see you guys next week. We'll leave you with this. This kind of sums everything up. And I want you guys, if you did it, this will be kind of the first time. It's the first time I saw it. Maybe you've seen this before. I don't know. It's called The Curse of Awareness. And it's an incredible monologue by this British dude while he's smoking. And he's talking to us about the blessing and the curse. Not really the blessing, but the curse of awareness and what that means for us when we do pull the curtain back and we do open our eyes, and the loneliness that might ensue after that. And we have to be ready for that when that happens. So we'll leave you with that. And remember, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, a principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is The Homeless Left. And we always got to tell you guys, power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
Words was from Nietzsche when he said that any man who knows too much can't fit in anywhere. And that's the curse of awareness. Once you start to delve underneath the surface, that's when you realize this whole world, it's not so simple. And you start to notice who people really are in the games they're playing, and that fake confidence, all the ulterior motives. And you realize this whole society, it's built on lies. And people, they're sheep. And once you see that, you can't unsee that. So you try and tell people, but they say to you, no, you're overreacting, you are crazy. So you stop talking, but you're still observing, you're still watching, but you know you don't belong anymore. And it's not because you think you're too good for anyone. No, it's because you've seen too much and you're watching everything, and now you know you can't go back to how it was anymore. And awareness, it isolates you. And it's the price of clarity. Because the crowds, they move away. But then at least you know who you are.